Today I am the fucker, because we were meant to start a lot earlier than this. I said a lot earlier. It's like probably 40 minutes ago, but then I had to run to the shop for my mom, and then I chatted. So really, I'm not actually a fucker. I'm just being a good person. But should have waited again for the response, but I had already put out the tweet like a fucking idiot. That's fine, because I need to manage some business sorted. These two have not had a job to do for like weeks. I say weeks, like pretty much like since last time. Alright, you get. You two. Oops. Alright. Not that. This. Ice is doing pretty good actually. I think it's time. Water's doing great. Earth's doing good. Wind could do a bit of a top up. It's fine. I think I should put them on lightning. I'll put them on lightning next. Doesn't take much. Doesn't do much. Doesn't get much. Actually, while I'm at it, what the hell's in my inventory? Yep. I do have a load of shit I can just... Yeah, it's got a bunch of shit we can start getting rid of. Stuff collected over the previous endeavors even. Oh lordy, alright. And that is like a fancy one, but yeah, fuck it. Into the sea, yeah, that's good shit. That's shit I want to keep. Chin cloth. Get in the sea. You two. You three. You absolutely. I'm keeping this around just because I like the look of it. I might use it. If I ever get a class, I can like map that too with fucking whatever. This is build gear. This is, can't touch any of this. Is all build gear or blue mage gear. Okay, like one of these can go. Wait, the other are in use, so yeah, one of them can go. Wait, okay, no, they're different gear. Alright, just making sure. Unique and untradeable. I quite like that green beret. I probably should find a place to stash it or something. I've touched the divine hero. Get in the sea. Get in the sea. Honestly, get in this. Wait, no, that's a build gear. That's not a. It's not a fucker gear. It's also a use. You almost did a fucker. Okay. Who's the divine hero? Don't know whose that is, so into the toilet. I kind of like the look of that. Curious, actually. Smart tablet. These are getting into my crafter gear. All the right fits. I really should see if I can dump these in my chest or something, cause fuck them. Nah, in case I ever want to need it. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Oh, that's such a name, though. claws, VR armlets. These are all build gear, brand new gear. Oops. Phoning Evan. Hello. Let's write this 1 sec, it's gonna get fucky. Ah! A cowboy has appeared. 1 sec, I need to like whack shit on my computer to make the headphones come alive. Because it's not making my headphones come alive. Hello, computer. Right. Try saying something? There we go. Fucking Sony headphones. They're magic. And 1 sec. Just going on Discord. Yes, hello Evan, by the way.
Yes.
You
know what it's time to do? It's time to turn on the computer. I just turned on the computer. That's, you saw the animation, it was funny looking.
1 sec here, just someone's messaging me on Discord about stuff. I've also been slowly emptying my armory chest of all the crap I picked up from the dungeon runs last time.
That's why I most of the time, especially when I'm full on company seals, don't even bother.
Actually, you know, I probably should have done that, yeah. But, no, I'm just gonna sell all of it, fuck it. I always stack here when I cover my typing.
I put my chocobo in the stable. Look at the size difference.
Good lord.
That's the extra large one. Because I'm extra large.
The big, mighty chocobo 4.
And then there's that one.
I know we're taking a wee bit here and just waiting for a response. People and their timing. But while we wait, it's been a little bit and things happened, didn't they?
So there's a game called Final Fantasy 16 and it exists.
Mm.
And that's what happened in between this time and last time.
It involves a certain naughty man who said things about Final Fantasy 16.
It's a man who is in charge of Final Fantasy 14 and he said, "What are you talking about? I'm not making Final Fantasy 16." And then he was.
Comes out and he's producer and he's just like, haha, I was actually doing it all along.
And the thing is, when you look into it further, as it turns out, they might have been developing it since 2016.
That's actually fucking funny. Oh, that kind of also makes sense, because, like, that was when I remember around that time Square did commit to, like, sorting out all their shit, and it was around that time they were, like, trying to shovel out the last of the 15 DLC before they just killed it all off.
Yes. I mean, the gist is, how do I say it? Like, there were rumors over the years, especially because Creative Business Unit 3 had, like, moments where it was, like, had little hiring bursts. It's like, oh, they've got some people. Oh, there's this. Oh, they showed some concept art, but for a project that we don't know what it is. Oh, there's a... What else? Oh, a little while before Shadowbringers came out, Yoshi P was like, hey, what if we did a Final Fantasy, but we're pretty limited on the futuristic aspects? Because we've been doing a lot of that lately. When he was clearly already developing 16.
Cheeky fucker.
But they did have plausible deniability in many ways.
Like, each of the business units, or creative business units, does cover, like, multiple things usually, doesn't it?
They do, but number one was that they were already on Final Fantasy 14, so they were like, how would they fit it in time? Number two was Final Fantasy 7 Remake. They were like, oh, they probably can't make 16 while they're making 7.
Yeah, the hiring squeeze might have been extra people to handle that.
Because Creative Business 1, which has been the one that makes mainline, which is comprised of all the units that have been making mainline Final Fantasy games, is the one making 7 Remake, and they're still making 7 Remake.
Yeah. It's a noteworthy...
Like,
yeah, go ahead.
What if we gave it to Creative Business Unit 3?
It's a noteworthy wee thing that actually a lot of the staff, especially combat staff on 7 Remake Part 1, are actually, like, their previous work was actually Lightning Returns, of all things. And that kind of shows, because the two have, like, a similar-ish style, actually.
So, I mean, people were saying, like, what if making it Final Fantasy 16? But they were also being brushed off, because they're like, oh, if anyone who's ever touched Final Fantasy breathes, then someone on the internet will say, is that a hint to Final Fantasy next number game? Is that the next one? You said something about Final Fantasy, so the next one is coming out, right?
Surely. This is the way of things.
It came out of nowhere. But yeah, they decided, hey, the main people will make 7, and let's just toss it to people who we feel like have made a good thing before. Because that's the case with it. He's in charge. We're also forgetting Yoshida is in charge, like, by being in charge of Creative Business Unit 3, he is in fact in charge of a fourth of Square Enix, and they have a lot of employees.
So they had it before, like, I think it was like last year, they merged like the 10 or 12 different divisions all into just 4 creative business units, they're called.
And they promoted Yoshida
to head of 3.
Yeah, and they're like, hey, you have 1/4 of Square Enix, please act responsibly. And he's like, I'm gonna make Final Fantasy 16.
I'm sure they're welcome to, because it'll be like, hey, you did really well. Do really well again, please. And to be fair to him, his staff picks have been very good, let's say. Like, battle director is Ryota Suzuki, a 20-year Capcom guy who most recently did the combat for Dragon's Dogma and worked on Devil May Cry 5's combat. Which is just like,
Yes.
it looks... To be fair, like, watching the trailer back, you could kind of tell it's the same... Got some creative overlap with, like, 14. It's, like, meaning the style of stuff like the people and the chocobo and all that.
Yes. Also, Soken is making the music
Ooh.
in 16.
I didn't hear
So
that.
if you like the tunes in this game, he's there too.
It's kind of fitting, actually, because, like, the thing that strikes me a lot about 16, because the more I've been looking at, the more I'm just kind of like, oh shit this, oh shit that. It's returned to the high fantasy style, like none of the cybertech stuff that 13 and 15 got into.
And if they want any technology, I would recommend they keep it pretty grounded. Like maybe the Empire has steam-powered boats.
Yeah, or airships that have just plain-ass cannons mounted on it.
Yes. A little lesser than Magitech, if
Yeah.
there is any technological element.
Like, the most complex thing will probably be, like, a gun, and that's about it. Just one me sec here, I have to do some typing. Hello, Mammoy. Just give me a wee minute here, just sorting something.
This is the sorting section of the stream.
Alright, shit's probably about to get a wee bit wacky on stream, so one sec. Because I have to open Chrome, and that will eat some memory, because I have a fuckload of tabs open. Give me a sec here. I know, everyone has done the things. Oh, the fussiness of it all. First it's having to run to the shop, and then it's having to... Oh, I hope I didn't leave this on a YouTube tab or you're about to get blasted by VTubers laughing at our old videos. Okay, I didn't. Good. We're fine. We're safe. Alright, everything's probably about to get wacky, so give me a sec here. Just knock that down a sec, just in case, so that things will behave itself a bit better, because it's not actually trying to render anything. Okay. Are you still there, Evan?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Discord, perished.
I'm here.
Just making sure. We got.
Our neighbor was using our striking dummy.
That fucker. That's not free, you know.
No, it is. It's fine.
What do you think this is? Like communism? I mean, I suppose it has to be.
I guess. Oh no, they're back.
That fucker.
They have the Palico minion as well.
That's right. I think I asked this before, but just to check again. When is the Monster Hunter stuff? Like, which expansion is that in?
It is in Stormblood.
Okay, good. That's on the mind again. They announced a new one. Feistiness. I'll do it.
Gavin, I hope I'm not being rude, but I do feel like this was supposed to be a Final Fantasy XIV stream.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm fucking out on something here. I know it was.
That's fine.
Like, this is not ideal for me either. Like, I realize, like, we're late because I had to run to the shop and everything. I know. Believe me, I know.
Oh, that's not a problem. This isn't a problem either. I'm just doing I'm just ribbing you.
My ribs are sensitive. Okay, let's just figure all that in order. Alright, that should be us. Sorry about that. Real stream content is just fucking whatever, really. Let's go. Oh, there. Alright.
Alright.
You can't cancel me, I was never a thing to begin with. Okay, right, where we left off, we actually reached a point where we needed a new dungeon for the for the shit. But we
Yes.
can't do that dungeon because it's along the story. So this is basically all story. The first time in a while.
We're finally gonna do a full story marathon.
More done. Let us go. Okay. Wait.
Now we're ready to start 2.4.
2 points, right? We're going into the base. I was briefly confused when I didn't immediately see the story icon. It's 2.4, and last time we saw a pope was getting up to some dangerous company, and there's a lady with a distinctive color theme.
Very blue.
Very white.
Very menacing.
Very menacing. She was doing some serious looming. Chris is still intending to do. I don't remember if you were here for these amounts because the order's been a bit, but he's off. He wants to split it up again, so he wants to do his on his time. And
he wants to stream the story on his end.
Yeah, because he's more comfortable that way. So he will do his when he finds the time, really.
He said he wants to read it at his own pace, which is perfectly fine.
To be fair, I maintain that I wasn't as fast a reader or anything as he led on. It was probably, I know it was like a general like out of pace thing that got to him, but it's kind of like, eh.
I feel like there's no problemo.
Alpha Node only accepts help from us because we're the only ones who kill shit. I realize that may be loud enough to pop on the TV, but as my soundbar and this TV are now from the same manufacturer, that's just apparently gonna happen. The soundbar is just happier and louder when it's from a TV from the same manufacturer than other TVs. I have it down to like 4, so apologies for any blasting things.
Why am I the traitor?
I know, like, he's not a traitor, he's... When has he ever done any such thing? Ever. Never. He's been nothing but a bastion of help. If anything, I'm the traitor.
Perhaps. I'm gonna keep my eyes on you. Also, when last we left off, Alpha No is in charge of an army now.
That's right, yes, we formed GCSF. Crystal Breeze, a faction all its own. I suppose that's the thing. Given this is this like a ground company of its own you can eventually join or swap to or something?
It's kind of its own faction.
Fair enough. I do quite like the blue for the outfits. Well, he's voiced, so I am immediately suspicious.
This is an important guy.
Hmm.
You even handed. Remember when the quest where you had to hand the outfits to everybody?
Yes.
You handed it to this guy. He's like, I don't think we've met. My name's Ilbert.
I remember, and he actually had a bit of philosophy about this. A little thing. There eventually needs to. There probably is one. There eventually needs to be some RPG with like choices and shit in its quest lines where you can just end the quest immediately by going, "Hi, it was me," even though it's not you, and just completely corkscrew everything for like fucking you, your allies, your enemy, the spy. Everything just goes down the toilet because you decided to be a cheeky fucker.
Yeah.
これはクリスタルブレイブ結成直後に総帥から直接命令を受けた案件であ
I
り
do like the contrast
事態
of
はなお
like
も進行中だ
he's speaking lower, kind of whispering, doing so by what is it? Not, but doing so while still gesturing quite openly.
先日総帥のもとに匿名の情報が寄せられた各国いずれかのグランドカンパニーにガレマール帝国の密偵が入り込んでいるとそこで俺たちは各国の資料の協力の下で秘密裏に調査を行った
Would be the immortal flames,
そ
wouldn't
し
it?
て不滅大使を一人容疑者としてか
It would.
だがそやつは首謀者ではなかったあくまでも
Ah,
密偵どもの
he was
情
a
報
cutout for a
の分担
cutout.
に過ぎなかったんだ九段の容疑者を軽く問い詰めた結果写本誌の異名で呼ばれる首謀者のもと数名の協力者が活動しているらしいことが判明した
Really is too, actually.
諜報活動にはいくつかやり方があるが今回の場合おそらくかなり前から組織の一員として潜り込み時間をかけて信頼を築いて内部に協力者を作った類だろう
Headphones come up.
信頼にて心を掴んでいるがゆえに協力者の結束も固い
I do like how he's worked this analogy.
首謀者とつながりが限りなく浅い末端の協力者を捉えそこから切り崩さねばならないまずは先の容疑者からつながりを洗っているところだ
Subterfuge.
Subterfuge. His father was drunk when he came up with the name. He tried to say Ilberd, but it came out as Liberd.
本来ならもう少し時間をかけて慎重に調査したいのだが
Libard.
悠長にしていられない理由がある長らく続いていたガレマール帝国の内乱が一段落したとの情報があるのだ
That's right, that's ongoing too.
総帥もこの案件の解決を急いでいる裏切り者を
Yeah,
抱
they
え込
really
んだまま
couldn't
戦
do
争なん
anything to
ぞ
us in this
願い
period
下
of
げたから
time because the Emperor
い
did
つ
in
帝
fact
国が動き
die
出してもいい
still.
ように
That is actually nifty. They have them like step out of the things for a bit right after their like our grand conclusion against a part of the empire, and it's like, oh well, they have to fuck off and be busy with something else for a little bit.
まずはウルダ派の不滅隊作戦本部に
It's gonna turn out that Reborn's the traitor, isn't it? It's actually a secret organization within the organization. That sneaky fucker.
しかし協力
Gav
者を
and
捕らえた
Raubon's
こ
our
とで
friend.
Well, I didn't say that he was, against us. Just that he's a sneaky fucker within this organization.
場合によって
For all we know, it's
事
for
な
our
ことだ
benefit.
けに大人数で動くわけにもいかないからな報告時の護衛を兼ねて同行してもらえるとありがたい
Okay. I do notice how a lot of this is cycling around the Ul'dah and its people right now. It's an interesting tack to take, I think.
Yes.
this chocobo here. Alright, let us be away to old I did see something on the like, logging in. I know there was what was it now? Has there been like some other patch or something since? Because it's there's something like Tales from the Shadows or something.
Oh, Tales from the Shadows is not a patch. On the Lodestone website.
Yep.
I know I already told you they have the Encyclopedia Eorzea, which is like here's stuff.
Yeah.
During expansions and whatever, they usually have tales from the something related to the current expansion, and it's like a little supplemental short story.
Nifty.
That gives additional lore. I haven't fully read them myself though.
I probably won't touch on it until like we're at a safe point. You know what I mean? In case I stumble into anything. But where are these?
They aren't fully necessary, they're just flavor.
Well, yeah, it's just in case they do, spoil anything or whatever, I'd rather not have that be a problem. But yeah, based on this and the whole thing with seals and lock, I can actually see why people usually just don't bother. Unless it's like a gear news or something.
Well, hey, you did make a couple thousand.
That's true. That was quite a bit. Alright. I remember there's a fun fact someone pointed out that has shocked me since. Have you noticed or been like told or anything that like Final Fantasy 16 is like pretty much the first wholly new brand new mainline Final Fantasy since the early 2000s, basically. Not the early 2000s, like late 2000s. Because like 13 and its trilogy were all conceived around then, announced in like 13 itself was announced like 2006. Its trilogy was all conceived around then.
You're considering 15 versus 13 still
yeah.
in this scenario?
Yeah, because that's where it started as. It was renamed, but it was still pretty much the same thing. That was conceived around there.
I see.
14 would have been roughly conceived around the same time as well, and then just a void as they try to get all these out together, up and running, in states and all. 15 out, done, finished. DLC cancel, get rid of it. And after all that, finally, here we are. Final Fantasy 16, the truly next gen one might say.
It's Final Fantasy, the 16th one.
It's brand new. It's cut from just its own whole cloth. No ties to the Fabula Nova Crystallis or anything. Not polluted by it. Although it is, oh, that's fine. We know each other.
Yeah, they're both Alamegan refugees.
Ah. Right enough. They both have all the facial scars and shit too, actually. Right enough. Same complexions though. There's also the thing, like the tagline for it and all, is, I say tagline, like the central quote from the trailer and everything is like, something like, we must like tear down, or we must like be rid of the blessings of the crystal or whatever.
The legacy of the crystals has determined our fate for too long, if I believe correctly. Yeah,
it was something, I knew it was something along those lines, which is, yeah, is an interesting direction for Final Fantasy, because usually you're meant to give a shit about the crystals, or they're centralizing in some way.
The crystals are bad and I hate them.
yeah, which is A, a very nice, little touch, a little nice spin on things, and B, feels very funny coming after, being the first Final Fantasy after the Fabula Nova Crystallis.
I hate these terrible crystals, they're awful.
Like, fuck all these crystals and crystal related things, we're tearing them down. God damn. They haven't seen each other in a good while then.
If I remember correctly, it was 25 years since Alamigo fell.
That's a hell of a time to not see each other.
But that's in the deep lore, just a fact.
Getting some Reborn background here too. Got a proper fucking Spartacus shit.
So yeah, that's the gist with Reborn. He comes to Ul'dah as a refugee, and he fights in the death arena, and he wins so much that he becomes rich and gets to be on the Syndicate, and then they make him in charge of the army.
That's really funny. Like, he came here, he fought so hard, he just ripped and teared so hard, he eventually owned the place he was fighting in, and then that got him on the Syndicate. That's wild.
That's Reborn. He's a cool guy.
That's pretty rad, I must say. Reborn, the only difference between you and me is that you kill people and I kill gods. There's not much.
Reborn, good at the death sports.
I wouldn't want to fuck with him considering that, because that's a lot of people he must have put in the dirt to do that. Ooh.
貴様との面会については部下たちにクリスタルブレイブに属す旧友との再会の場と説明してある。連中も特別に目を光らせたりはしていないだろう。今のウルダ派では下手に場所を変える方が怪しまれる。ここで聞こう。あくまで昔を懐かしむ会話としてな。
Subtly done.
なるほど。やはり不滅体に潜んでいたか。
Just chatting.
テレジアデレジの一件以来、ウルダ派は揺れている。帝国の密偵からの誘いに心動く輩が出てもおかしくはない。しかし、以前より潜り込んでいるとなると、ことは大きくなる。万一に備え、帝国と手を組むためのつなぎとして。
I mean, that would make sense and also be a bit concerning. Because, you know, they will see nothing but greed, and then, you know, the Empire just goes, aha, everyone dies.
こちらも調査を行おう。そちらでも引き続き内偵を頼みたい。イルベルド、今はお互い忙しい身だ。今度酒を交わしながらゆっくり話すとしよう。そうだな、ラウバーン。そしていつの日か祖国を我らの手で。
Right enough, I suppose. Like, looking at him, he has, like, you know, the sword and shield of the gladiators and shit, but also his, like, giant shoulder plate looks like a... You know, less like a military decoration, more like a thing you'd wear if you were a gladiator. Like a nasty skull thing with horns and all.
Yes. A flagon is a large leather, metal, glass, plastic, or ceramic vessel used for drink, whether this be water, ale, or another liquid. A flagon is typically of about 2 imperial pints in volume.
That's pretty hefty. That's actually quite a lot. Well, usually when I take like a drink of water or milk or whatever in a glass, it's like we have pint glasses, and it's like twice the size of that. That's pretty wild. I'm like shit, I thought my mug, which is a pint, is like hefty enough.
In modern Ireland, a flagon usually refers to a 2-liter bottle of cider.
Must be in the. Well, I guess to be fair, that might be set up here. I don't drink alcohol, so I wouldn't know.
In New Zealand, a flagon refers to a glass vessel filled with beer available in public bars or bottle stores. Now we've learned about flagons.
No, we have. I'm surprised it has like such variety. Hello, Hammer. Rising stones, off we go. I mean, this is a little bit the new waking sounds, kinda.
Yes, but when you go to the teleport, you're just there already.
That's true. It is like right there. So,
and then after the patches are done, it's even better.
Picked the wrong place like an idiot. What did you start playing today, Hammer? Or finally start playing again, actually?
A game, I bet.
The most dangerous game, man. Teostra. A bit inspired, are you, by all recent tidings? To be fair, like, so am I, kind of like, yeah, I should get back on that. And if not advance the PC version, like, go try and like hunt the things I haven't touched that's since been added to the PS4 version. He's so much better now. Fuck me, Alphanaut is tiny actually when you look at him.
Leo Riviera. He's Ellison, so he's supposed to get tall though still, himself.
He's just the baby Ellison.
Even at 16 years old, they're still pretty short.
Deep Rock yesterday, actually, I mean, I was kind of a bit burned out on it. I mean, you did slam like 60 hours in like the first 2 or 3 days, or not 2 or 3, but like first few days, first week or something. This is a job for me. Sentry. 166 hours on I. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable to be a bit. Yeah, I'm done. Oh yeah, I haven't caught up with the board yet, but out of curiosity, where did you get to in Minecraft last time, Evan?
I made a water tank to go into the boiler.
Ooh.
And I made more building. And then I was like, well, now I just have to wait for stuff, so I'm done for today.
Fair enough, fair enough.
But it's like a water tower. Like you'd see where You'll see, it's pretty nice looking. But that's all the machines I actually needed
Good, good.
at the operation.
So now it's just getting materials and power out of them to make the business.
Essentially.
Good, good. It was fascinating watching it all come together, bit by bit. Oh.
When it's done, you'll see that it's a place where trains are. 100%. I'll say this is a train place.
Proper train station.
Well, I'm not aiming for a station. I'm aiming for like a rail working yard.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like a big.
The industrial end of the train works. And then train stations would come after. But this is where trains will come from. The birthplace of trains.
Yep, time to go kick the door down and start swinging, hacking and slashing. Doing what comes natural.
Smashing and bashing.
In the election for the High Mayor, the Green candidate got the most votes because she didn't get more than 50%. So a second between her and the Christian. Hang on a second, I'm just gonna fly up here. Second vote between her and the Christian Democratic candidate, but while the Green candidate is so far ahead that she can only lose if the Social Democrat voters said to go for the Christian one. That's pretty good. It's heartening to see that level of success for a Green Party candidate. Just anywhere, really. The times are slowly changing. Slowly. How you doing?
You've killed these people because they are evil.
They also keep putting fucking legionary visors in my pocket. Fucking pricks.
Junk.
Pardon me. Fucking. I must have left the Microsoft shop or something open somewhere because it's beeping at me going, please update thing.
Maybe you shouldn't update it, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would.
It's not good.
Okay. Time to go fuck people up. Hello, Imperials, it's me, causing problems again.
Causing problems on purpose.
Fucking making discourse happen right in your body. The only people I have to kill, actually. Fuck it, you're dead anyway. I have to stand in the special zone. Now it begins. I'm just so eager to kill shit. That's right, this isn't leveled, so you get to see the sonic thrust. Eat shit, fuck, I'm paralyzed, god damn it. Eat shit, fucker. Dude. It does kind of strike me as weird whenever the Imperial comes out and it's like a Lalafell, because usually it's always just a guy. He's like a regular human dude.
Just the hearers. Regular human guys.
Yeah. The normals. Where is this? I'd say it's nice. I voted for the Green candidate. It's not occurred too much of that. Mirrors. So yeah, I hunted a bunch of monsters, including the Teostrad. Do you know how much that dipshit does damage of his goddamn approach? Well, it turns out you can use that against him. Well placed LBG mine. Hey.
lazy game reviews mine.
It's the light burger.
I know, it's just because like LGR, that's the guy, but you said LBG, and I was like, but it's a little different.
LGBT mine.
Gay explosion. That must be what the gay agenda is. The one I've told so much about.
Let's see, Council, Green won by far. Christian Democrats, Social Democrats don't really want to work together with them out of spite because they got completely destroyed. That's always the way. Down in the Republic of Ireland, like Sinn Féin, who are like the main Republican Party up here, they decided to open shop down there in the most recent elections, and they claimed like a third of the fucking the deal. You know, their parliament, they like fucking a third of it on their first shot. Wild. And then of course the other two parties, bitter rivals all in all of this, decided no, together we refuse to work with the Northerns. So, this is just the way of things, I suppose. I do so love my goddamn spear.
But it's so close to being even better.
Yeah, it's so close to getting fucking sick, but soon.
Snowcloak is in 2.4.
Oh, so we might actually run into it today, maybe.
If we're just doing story, I don't see why we wouldn't finish at least 2.4.
Aye, well, that's good then. No, that's like the ideal essentially. You know, like 2.4, and basically, you know, like a section of stream, I suppose is the way to put it. I went straight past it because I'm on autopilot. Just thinking. The main thing that struck me about footage like Monster Hunter Rise is that it looks like it has the styles and similar stuff that, like, I know other Monster Hunters had them, but I personally only really know them from, like, Generations Ultimate. But in a game that's always structured and seems to be, like, fit around a lot more of the style and, like, world style, gameplay style, and all of fucking world, which is very interesting to see. And if that's the case, then, like, if it works like the way it did in like the Generations Ultimate demo, I will probably end up just being a bow user because the jump style or whatever it was with that was fucking fantastic.
Monster Hunter.
It's good times, good times. Also, Capcom are crazy. They have like so much shit coming out.
That's what they do now. They're very good at everything but fighting games now, which is the opposite of what they were a while ago.
Yeah, well, the rumors go that they're trying to fix that too while they're at it.
They released Street Fighter 4 and Ultimate Marvel 3 and such, or all that stuff, when they were doing things like Bionic Commando Reboot
And
DMC. They cry. They flipped the script, certainly.
They have. But what was it? I think that the only thing that fucked up on now in this recent batch is that Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition they claim is not coming to PC.
I'm a bit peeved.
I can
that,
completely understand.
I do have Devil May Cry 5 though, so I don't know if I need much more than the game that is good.
You are getting Virgil, to be fair. Still.
I will if I'd like, yes.
And the only thing is that basically what like, not getting Special Edition means like
no legendary Dark Knight and no turbo mode, I don't believe.
Yeah, I think that's literally it, actually. I think no ray tracing either, but that's kind of like you need like an NVIDIA monstrosity to even do that. So I did, Hammer. I actually saw that I think Komatsu reported on it, and that's where I saw it. That it was like WayForward and Arxis, and I imagine Arxis are mainly the publisher because they have some interactions given the Blaze Blue tag battle. And I think another like a hack and slash game, maybe? I don't know. WayForward being with it, though, makes me very like, oh. Like, RWBY is one of those things where, like, every time I like actually hear it, like hear the voice acting or hear about the story, I'm kind of like, this seems like really bad. And that upsets me because janky 3D models in a lot of it aside, like the character designs and the art style of like the concept art shit is exactly my shit. Like I love that shit, but you know, then I actually hear them talk or whatever, and it's kind of like, oh, please stop. So, a WayForward like beat 'em up, like side scroller beat 'em up or platformer or something. WayForward's like art, like you know, visual presentation and shit. That'd be sick as hell. Last thing, my district representative, Green did even better than the rest of the city, getting 41%. I'd have to imagine that the WayForward or the developer of whatever it is and Arxis are basically just the publisher, because they've done that a few times, like that Kill la Kill game. It was last year. I'm pretty sure it was last year. The Arena Fighter one, Arxis only published that. Sadly, they weren't the ones making like a Arxis style fighter out of Kill la Kill, because that would have been perhaps too sick. Now we're getting the Corthus. I feel like we shouldn't be surprised about being popular with anyone from Corthus as well, considering how much we were there and the shit we did. That's also how you feel about the RWBY. An ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard.
Yeah. Ooh. 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 I'm excited now.
What's happened? What's happened?
You're gonna see.
Oh, we're about to get into shit, are we? Into business.
You're about to see the guy. Because like I said before, 2.4 and on is when they start to ramp up for the next expansion.
Ah. Good.
So they're gonna introduce characters.
I'll be like, oh, you know, like more can be accomplished with pens and swords. And it's like, I don't see you out there killing gods. You're kind of curious if we had the Askman Filia for permission for that. Like. I know she's the boss and all, but it's kind of like, you know, kind of just going on down there.
The Rising Stones makes it better, but it's still a little. And then it gets, and then Heavensward, and then you're like, yeah.
By all means, Hammer, gush about Etrin MD. I just realized I have actually water here. We're good. Everything's fine. That is a good point, actually. So, like, the ones who are, like, so reclusive, just fucking going like, hey, want to see that person.
Let's talk about Ishgard. The Ishgardian Orthodox Church.
Would be an Orthodox church, wouldn't it?
A very nice theocracy is up there, and they're very reclusive and don't care too much about the rest of the Alliance, but we would like them to.
Yeah.
So that way we would be a stronger collection of nations together.
And they seem to have a lot of military action going on, considering the whole dragon thing.
They have been fighting dragons.
I mean, that implies you were actually getting like letters to them or something. Did he even get that far, really?
It remains to be seen.
Hmm.
Well, they must have seen at least if you send in letters, because then they have an ambassador. He's like,
That's true. They knew who to go to and who they asked for, so. Even Alpha, don't go starting a holy war with the fucking Orthodox Church. In Etrian MD, characters not in your party passively gain XP. God. God. When will the main games they bring that in? Wanting to switch the party and like fucking Etrian 4 whenever I find like the elves and shit. I was kinda like, or elves, quote unquote. I was kinda like, I want one of these in, but like raising a new one is just like.
the Ishgardian Orthodox Church truly is big fans of Halone.
And me and they should get along, God willing. I'm also a dragoon. I should be their best friend. I'm a bite that causes problems. I just know it. I'm a bite that causes problems. The church does not appear in a Final Fantasy game without something going wrong.
Nah, what are you talking about? It can only be good.
Yeah, it'll be fine. You can also speed up that game by assigning them to a certain thing. Oh, even better. Finally switch up the party on the regrind. The rate is pretty generous. They can comfortably keep your main party provided you don't rush too much. It's probably the only entry game where you can feasibly play a solo character. God damn. I have a Mystery Dungeon sitting there. I might bump that up to queue, actually. Sounds like they got the balance like insanely. I hope this bodes well for like fucking I understand it probably wouldn't for like Nexus, which came, I think Nexus was after this. But that was also intentional, trying to be like a best of the previous ones. I would hope like an Etrian Odyssey 6 on Switch or whatever would actually start implementing some of this, because you can still be balls hard while having, you know, like quality of life basic things. I rode the bike, even though the place we're going is actually right beside the crystal, but oh well.
Oh well.
Might as well.
The scenic route.
Yeah, it's been a bit since we've seen Korthus, really, anyway. Now we can fly and like see all this shit up here now.
I mean, you did see it last time we did the story, you did see it like twice, I think. But it was just rather brief, and then we saw Pope and he was like, I'm talking to the ass. What am I talking to him about? Who knows?
They were standing beside his popely throne going,
What could it mean? Probably nothing good.
Oh, they're probably telling him that we're like slagging off Halone constantly or something. Some quests even require solo play to complete, and you gain much more XP than solo. That's fascinating, isn't it? It's our excited friend here.
player he is Harshiphon.
He speaks like more highly of us with each time we come to see him.
He's a good friend, Gavin.
He is. I know. I'm not like putting him down or anything. I respect
no,
it.
I mean, but he's a good friend, so he's always like, "Hey, you're great," and that's just because he's a nice guy and a great friend.
It is. It's always nice to see someone who's just like, "Hey, you're great," and I know it. We did not. We just knew of his presence and went to tell Raban that, hey, there's a traitor in your midst, find him. The traitor will probably pop up, you know, in a bit. Probably at some point, maybe.
Oh, I just got a Discord notification. Old Kevin Speed Slasher is doing a stream where he's finally building a new PC after years. And he's going to be able to play actual games. And he told me a while back, Final Fantasy 14 maybe.
Another into the fold.
It's like a creeping virus. That's how I am. I am the infection. I am patient zero, Gavin.
You really are. And then Square Enix is like, yes, grow stronger, it just gives you more tools. Did you know the free trial was expanded to include Heavensward?
That's why I even retweeted. It was like, a Final Fantasy 14 player would tell you at your father's funeral, hey, did you know it's all free trials up to Heavensward now? They've just made me stronger.
Your power grows evermore. Forthwith. Okay. Where are you? Good sir. No worries, Emily. There's our lad.
間もなくお越しになられる。いい会談になるよう祈っているぞ。
I hope we're not the ones talking.
Alphino's gonna come in. He's gonna talk.
Fucking look at you two.
He's all about diplomacy. Look at this absolute Chad.
I know, look at this guy.
That's the guy that I was like, ooh, you're gonna meet him.
Like, look at his fucking uniform.
Can you tell that he's important?
It is. So I like the blue and red contrast going on. Black and blue, blonde, white, and red.
So the ambassador that they sent is the guy in charge of Ishtar's army.
That's a pretty high ranker to descend to us. Probably bruised by Biden for no man.
なるほど。英傑の目をしている。そうは思わないか。
は。Taciturn.
イシュガルドでも君の冒険談を伝え聞くのでね。どうしても会ってみたくなったのだ。
That's an interesting way of describing that. Interest bordering on fascination.
私事で恐縮だったのだが、この会談の場を利用し、同行していただいた。さあ、席にかけてくれたまえ。
Look at the fanciness of his robe, his cape, cloak thing. God damn.
Let's begin the discussion.
ですから、眼前に迫るガレマール帝国の脅威に対抗するには、 エオルゼアを一つにしなければならないのです。脅威は帝国だけではない。蛮族や蛮神の存在もありましょう。そのためにもエオルゼア都市軍事同盟に再加盟していただき、
I feel like you probably shouldn't open to this, Alpha Node.
アルフィノ殿、先に述べたようにイシュガルドとしては同盟軍への再加盟
Just notice the
対
redecoration
蛮
over the
神で
top
の
of his
戦
ear.
略教室を行うことはできない。
なぜなのです。
蛮族、蛮神、確かにエクサル族はクルザスに進出しているが、彼らの敵手は主にグリダニアを向いている。
That is interesting, that the Ixal don't really bother the Quorthons.
国営の森の主権を争っているのであれば、それを領土とするグリダニアが対応するのが筋という。
It does kind of tie in the stuff East Cholo was on about, doesn't it? Like, these tribes just have had their shit pressed on by people.
我々は旧敵ドラゴン族と長きにわたる戦いで精一杯だ。
To be fair to them,
戦力を回すゆとりは
dragons. I was about to ask the question, like, imagine if the dragons had a primal, and it's kind of like, oh wait, yeah. There is a dragon primal, so to speak, even if he's not their primal.
帝国軍に関して言えば危惧はしてい
Yeah,
る。
Bahamut doesn't really count.
彼らが大陸
He's
統
just
一を
kind
か
of
けてい
his
る
own
以上、
hell monstrosity.
侵略の手を伸ばすであろうことは明白だ。
では
だが帝国軍の動向は少なくとも現状は沈静化している。エオルゼアにとどまる第14軍団の残存兵力にしても、その多くが属州からの徴集兵であり、戦意は低い。
それではこれまでと何ら変わりがないではありませんか。
I think you assumed too much of things, Alpha Node.
私個人の意見で言えば君の主張に賛同するよ。
アイメリク教。
私はこの会談にイシュガルドの特使として出席している。教皇庁の意思を無視し、独断で手を握ることなどできない。だが私個人で判断できることもある。フォルタン家が主体となって動いていたレブナンツトール開拓団への物資の支援、これ
本当ですか、アイメリク総長。
ああ、ただし条件がある。
Dare say the services of a certain god slayer.
ドラゴン族の始祖とされる源竜ミドガルズオール、その源竜が復活するのではないかという噂が教皇庁の内部でささやかれている。ここ最近のドラゴン族の奇妙な動きや
Oh dear.
アドネール先生代が観測した流星の輝き、いずれも源竜復活の兆候だと言われている。
銀類湖の源流がですか。
How is it absurd, Alpha Node? There's a literal, like, a whole, like, practice in these parts where, like, someone every generation is designated, like, a Grand Dragoon to fight fucking Nidhogg. Who resurrects continuously.
源竜ミドガルズオールムは
Nidhogg
15年前の銀類湖
doesn't actually resurrect.
帝国軍の
Oh, that's right, he basically just gets knocked out, doesn't he? He just gets back up.
Dragons are
だが
they
ドラ
live
ゴン
very
族が活
long.
発化しているのも事実。毎日の
Like
レブナンツトールに意を構える開拓団
very long.
木薬の塔を監視してもらいたいのだ。
つまり銀類湖の木薬の塔に残る源流
Okay.
ミドガルズオルムの死骸の監視を条件にレブナンツトール開拓団への支援は 続けてください。
Keep an eye on that fucking corpse and smack any dragons go near it.
協力を頼めるだろう
Yeah,
か。
I'm sure you did see the corpse. in
Have
the
I?
lake.
Like, especially when flying a few times, I'll just stop and like look at it from a closer distance.
I think I explained it.
Yeah, it
What?
was when the Guardian fleet were
異変
coming
があった
in.
際には伝えましょう。
Midgard somewhere just like seized the flagship, essentially tied around it, and to like end it, they were just like, "Fuck it, bring it down."
Yeah, so they woke him up, and he was like, I'm gonna wrap myself around this big giant airship that they made, and I'm
Yeah.
この場で聞けなかった
throw
の
it
は
into
残
the
念で
lake
すが
with my body and die.
アイメリク教の立場も理解できます。
And that was part of the impetus behind finding a better weapon to deal with Eorze's shit, if I remember right.
Yeah. That was all 1.0 stuff.
長らく門を閉ざしていた帰国とこの会談の場を持てたこと、今日のところは真のエオルゼアへの第一歩として。
Like, I know you being well off and all, and we have an agenda and we have a need for this and everything, but I feel like you're going too hard on this point.
アルフィノ殿、
He's a young man with a bit too much optimism.
It really is.
貴殿、
You have to be more subtle about these things. It's a bit refreshing just to see all of these being elves in all over the place.
報告。巡回中の兵から本国からの追加物資がまたもや襲われたとの報告が。
I dare believe our rumor has appeared.
氷の巫女率いる異端者勢力の仕業と思われます。
バカな。今回は輸送経路も変え、神殿騎士団の護衛もついていたのだぞ。
Was a rather dramatic spin. Welcome back, Hammer. I noticed they're doing this a few times, just ending on black and giving you your quest complete on it.
They do that fairly often. It's good cinema from the cutscene perspective, because it's like, fade out.
It is,
Here's your quest. It's done. Don't worry about it.
Often all the gods literally are conspiring against us. We keep killing them. One of the classes in the D&D is special. It's called the Wanderer, and it's based on Sheeran. Hey, that's pretty nice. It's nifty. Sheeran the Wanderer, even. That's funny.
Ed Sheeran the Wanderer?
I notice our Temple Knight has joined us too. Fucking dragon fucker spies again. In an D&D game I've seen, you can actually go back up floors, and the dungeons themselves aren't linear. Each floor can have up to 3 exits. The multiple exit thing is something I haven't seen much, and I think I've seen a mystery dungeon game where you can go back up floors. Although it has been a while, I might be misremembering. There's the Legend of Izuna games on DS, or game, that's the one we got to play one because they only brought that one over here. Sequel never got past America. Perhaps one day I should revisit them. I guess that's the point. When you return to a floor like you came from, does it randomize again when you go back up? If it does, that's wild. Well, I guess to be expected at the same time. Where are you anyway, Evan?
I've just been standing here in Elda,
Just chilling.
just chilling.
Watching the people go about their business.
Yeah, mostly watching the stream.
Fair, fair.
Don't really have much in the way of, like, doing stuff on your end, except for, like, field encounters, but those are a bit in between.
Yeah.
So I'm just chilling. But I'm here to help when you get duties. Or other things. Kind of just wander about.
Yeah, well, so much for that. I did like the line that they tipped the wagon for good measure, implying they didn't have to, they just did it for giggles, really. It randomizes, but I don't think it regenerates items or monsters. Then wanted to build a fort on a floor. There's several types, each with its own special passives. I guess my question is, like, how... Went to the wrong one. I knew that would happen eventually. How permanent are the forts, I suppose? Like, when you build on the floor, is it just always on that floor, even when you leave the dungeon, come back? And if not, I guess, like, how cheap is it? Every single fort type once placed will lock the dungeon layout to what it was when you built it. Ah. Forts are still randomized. Fair enough. That is interesting, though. A lot of experimentation with mechanics in that, actually. I'm surprised by how much they were toying with that. Okay. You know, actually, I don't think I've been in this building before. Not there's much here, but hey. Oh. He said the word.
Yes!
There she is.
They said Shiva from Resident Evil 5.
Curtis, I need an egg. Have you ever heard Albert Wesker's line in that game where he asked for an egg in Mercenaries?
I have.
Resident Evil 5.
It's a rather famous line.
It is, it's really good. Resident Evil 5 gets a lot of shit for things, but honestly people give it too much shit. That game was magical in some ways. Alpha Node. It's now officially our business. They're doing primal things.
They're doing bad activities here.
Alpha Node. Gods. Oh, well, they don't actually know. Incaridian Master of Alpha Node. What, Incaridian or Silmarillion? So, Shiva is the queen of dragon fuckers.
She is, in fact, yes.
My god. Oh, it all makes sense now. Oh, so she's technically not a primal yet. This is another new one being forged.
Nope.
Alphanod, you and I already know we're not going to prevent this summoning for shit. We're going to have to get there and kill it as it happens. Do they ever get to the point where it's like, like in like Persona and shit. Hello.
Hello.
They can't tactics when you're here doing your business upon their table.
That's okay.
Your bluebird looks rather green in here, like he's just a small flying version of your chicken.
Perhaps that's because it's a blue bird and a yellowish lit area.
Ooh.
That's colors for ya.
See, forts are mostly permanent or pretty pricey. You can assign guild members to guard them, and that's where they get the bonus passive EXP. I like that. To be honest, like, putting the fort idea forward into the Adrian itself, unless it's in one of the ones I haven't played, would be pretty sick. Where are you going? I see your dots slinking about.
A place.
Mm-hmm. Final Fantasy 14 G-Ride. I need to talk about forts because now I want to talk about DOEs, not FOEs, DOEs. What does DOE stand for then?
Department of Energy?
Those fiendish departments of energy. Oh hey, here he is. I just noticed his sword too. That's not achieved, is it?
No, it's just blue.
It's pretty rad. Blue, and it looks like it's kind of made out of like... I presume it's all metal, but it looks almost crystal-y.
Blue.
Ah, our Sky's lost track of them at Snowcloak.
That sounds like the name of the dungeon.
Hmm. Let's just ram this burger ship into the fucking front door or something. It's been a while since we've killed a god. I need some extra violence. Speaking of,
It wasn't that long. You killed Ramu last time.
oh yeah, I forgot about Ramu because my mind actually went back to Leviathan. Ah, that's right, because during Ramu we got to see one of the tanks and healers argue with each other.
We did, and it was funny.
So I can't help but feel, I know like, you know, the principle of igloos and shit means that they could work, but I feel like having all the walls and things in here made out of ice is kind of like a, oh, must be freezing your balls off in here. Can't help but notice a certain let's say aesthetic similarity in her clothing to a certain someone new we met. Blue and silver and fancy.
Hey, it's Kurthis. Everything's blue. What do you expect? Blue place. It's gonna be people.
Blue are the people as they walk around. Some were found to have committed minor transgressions. Okay.
Someone said, dragons are kinda cool, and that was a minor transgression.
Dark words, dark deeds. Let's see. DOEs are basically FOEs anyway. Big fuck off monsters, either really ready to fight or mostly just lag it, honestly, until like the midpoint of the game. They move from floor to floor by themselves, usually going upwards at a slow rate. Problem is that they make it to the surface. Your current run is considered a failure. Oof. That's a bit of a step up.
Monsters are making it to the surface, making you fail. What is this? Dig Dug by Namco? I mean, really, game developers.
There truly are no new ideas anymore. Fortunately, you can use forts to stop them. If they bump into a fort, they destroy it and fuck off backwards a bit. Defend it with them, they don't lose anything other than the 40 you lose, but they're pricey. You bump in the regular party, the game does tell you where they are on floor and dungeon if you are close enough. That's interesting. That is quite like a twist. I actually really like that as an idea.
Those covered wagons are blue. Do you think they're related to the guy we just met?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's where he came in.
Yeah.
It's just his wagons. Yeah, there is actually a lot of blue light, isn't there?
Ishgard's the blue place.
Really
Kurthus
is.
is his home.
Actually not impossible to take on when you first find him if your party is well made. That's good, because that means the game balance is actually right and proper. If you really know what you're up to and what you're doing, then you can pull it off just fine. I just realized I've left my browser open. Give me a sec. Didn't actually close all of it. To be fair, it doesn't seem to have negatively affected OBS or performance or anything. I don't think so, anyway. Granted, I haven't been looking to catch anything.
Reclaim your RAM.
Yep. So close that one. Let's put that up black screen just so things didn't get hideously ugly choppy. But they probably have been for a bit and I just haven't noticed. But at least more than usual, maybe.
I did see a couple chops, but I didn't know if that was your stream or just the flicker of connection.
It's usually the stream. I'm finding in general, like, pretty much all capture cards don't like AMD GPUs. They're all built around NVIDIA's admittedly quite superior encoders and shit, which kind of make me tempted back when you know. While on the NVIDIA GPU shit going on, it's like sniping RTX 2080 or fucking get your hands on a 3070. Don't need much more than that for my business.
I have an AMD R7 260X.
Nice. I have the RX 5700.
AMD was doing R9 before they moved on to RX, so mine is a mid-tier, rather old one, but it gets the job done.
Aye. Like, for games and everything, like, the RX 5700 is actually really good. Like, it's quite, it's beefy, it gets the job done quite well. But it is just... Yep.
I can't believe you went over the tunnel where your objective was.
Yeah.
Like a real silly move.
I'm just too eager. Freezing my balls off. They're not exactly being, like, subtle about this, are they?
Not really.
Ambush and boulder dines to catch us on the way to Snowcliff. They already know this. Where could they have possibly learned at least of the Temple Knight sections? So I guess over a bit there. It's because they have a gimmick. They usually take fuck all damage from attacks and deal buttloads of it, but you inflict the stats effect they're bind, they lose that protection and start taking normal. It's a interesting turn. That does like emphasize the importance of those quite well. Although they are already quite important naturally in Odyssey as it is. But that extra little step is just a very like drills at home like you absolutely must. It's equivalent to wands inflict status, but yeah, they're basically impossible being inflicted, so it's important to do. They don't lose the protection from stat drops, just from status effects and binds. Interesting. I do like that the Corthans don't fuck about it. It's not like, oh, we gotta detain or whatever. It's just like, ah, he's getting put to the sword. To hell with all you dragon fuckers. This guy has House 4 times 9 as his title.
He does.
Ooh. I'll only be kind. Give me something to stab.
To fight.
I was just going. Actually, you know what? Yeah, it would be a little. It's gonna be a little like an instance, isn't it?
I think it might be. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna learn the stat drop one actively right now. That is interesting, because based on that, you do need to have someone who can inflict status effects in the defender as well. God damn it, you guys.
I can't believe they perished.
Hey, buddies. Haha, you are nothing. Where's your god? She's not summoned yet. Perish. Really, the first blood went to these guys technically a long time ago, really.
Yeah, but now you're fighting. It makes it cool.
That being said about the Corthans, they do have this tendency to just lose people constantly. That was actually
all the best knights are off fighting the dragons.
That's actually a very good point. So everyone left behind is going to be the scrappy shits. And I guess that also would explain why so many of the people around here are just willing to like backstab basically the entire society to dragon fuckers for, you know, bits of money, dragon love, food.
Yeah.
Yes, that was the thing about Final Fantasy 16. Did it strike you as surprising when they showed a guy get hit, and then just a child's face was sprayed with the blood of his father in that trailer.
Indeed. A very gruesome Final Fantasy.
It is. It's...
15 was still rated T for teen.
Yeah, it didn't have very much blood. I only had, like, I think really the bloodiest before when I was probably 12. And that occasionally you saw a dude stabbed and have like a bloody wound on him, but that was about it. Then here it's just like, head off, splattered with blood. Because when I think of that, I remember what you were saying about like seeing the big Games of Thrones, and I'm like thinking about it. You're right in that sense, actually.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's kind of why I saw. I was like, this is like feels like a game of. This feels like This feels like Devil May Cry 16 Wild Hunt.
That's a good way of putting it, actually.
And that's why I kind of meant by like, there's an element of a kind of that kind of drab fantasy where it's like,
yeah,
it's what you even said that 14 is a very vibrant game, but 16, what I saw was a little less vibrant. It still had lots of pop and colors though.
Yeah, you're right. It is less vibrant than this one.
But all my concerns are like pushed to the back because I'm like, every person involved in this, I trust very much. So I give them all the benefit of the doubt possible.
Yeah.
And it will be tonally good. Hammer, word of advice, don't play The Witcher 1. It's terrible. I tried. I have a high we've said this before on a Final Fantasy 14 stream. I have a rather high tolerance. A game has to be really bad for me to think it's bad. I was like, oh my goodness. This plays like a game made by crazy people. And then Witcher 2 kind of plays alright. And then everyone says Witcher 3 is good. So
I can confirm, having played Witcher 3 myself, it is quite excellent.
Yeah. If you really want to start back, I'd say get a plot synopsis of 1 and then start with 2. Because 2 is still clunky, but it's got like... It plays like a video game.
Supposedly fair, when Witcher 1 came out, that was still a time when PC games tended to just make themselves a lot more complicated than console equivalents. Just overall, like the parity in terms of complexity tended to be quite a gulf, but in terms of, at least in terms of RPGs. And then that all began to shift a bit when basically everything began to gear towards consoles more for a while, and now it begins to balance out again.
I was here the whole time. Look up.
That fiendish cur. You sneaky devil, you knew.
I was here. I already knew where you were going 5 steps ahead of you.
Sneaky devil. He's read this book before.
I have.
Hey, Merrick. Nothing on, buddy.
Quick question, is that metallic sound like a water bottle cap?
It is, yes.
Okay. I felt like I was like, that's probably a water bottle for a while at this point.
Sorry, yeah, I'd say it was a glass bottle with a little metal It's like a little metal bar that goes up to the through the cap, so it can just move it back and forth on a hinge.
Makes sense.
Quite a nice way to drink water, I find. I got some new ones to my old ones where we're getting a bit fucky, their hinges. New ones are smaller, but they have a wider, I guess, wider neck, so to speak, so I can just shove ice cubes in it without a problem. So while there's less water, it's more refreshing water.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I was just like, is that a water bottle? I think it probably is, because he opens it and then he doesn't talk for a second and then you hear it close.
I forget how audible it can be, honestly. Apologies.
I don't mind.
It's come up before where, I forget who it was, Hammer or Mamley, whichever of the two of you, so it's just kind of like, yes, we can hear the water, and it's like, oh, fuck. Come here, girl. Oh, hello. Well timed. Didn't even reach him either. Sure enough, there he is. I was wondering when Puppy would be along.
They always come in pair. They're always together.
That's true. Yep, you know the score. Alright, if I read that right, the heretic was like, there's the girl when they were running at Alpha Node.
Perhaps. I don't know.
Just seeing, he does have a twin we haven't seen in it.
Yes. Talk to the stalwart temple knight.
Snowcloak, not accessible.
There it is, that's the one.
Let's go. Wait time is 6 minutes.
I'm sitting. My sitting spot.
Majestic, you and your bird. Oh, shit, that was a lot quicker than I expected.
I think the average time is calculated partially by how long it took the last people to get into it.
That would make sense. 'Cause it is an average, to be fair. It's just... White dragons. You can tell where the ice begins and the crystals begin, honestly. This is a bit wider than they were letting on.
Boink. I'm in the aggro mode. I'm gonna make some people mad.
It's time for group violence and social activities.
Hup. Up to the frigates, and then we will take a seat and do some damage.
Music is quite relaxed.
It is.
It's quite
just
fitting for a nice.
piano.
Yeah, quite fitting for a nice one. Oh. It's gracefully done that chuck back to get that with.
I'm good at that. I have practice as being a tank before.
He's got the business. This is actually an appropriate amount of rules for a pack of rules, actually.
A bear.
Bear? Fuck me, it's a bear. Oh, what do you know? Oh, no, another dungeon with a bear.
Another bear.
That's how you know when the serious business, when bears are just showing off these beasts. The bear had a key?
As you asked last time, I'm pretty sure there's probably a bear mob out in the overworld, but
Yeah.
bears are show up sometimes in dungeons.
That's neat. Ice balls. I think this is... Nah, there's been like other bombs that have elements, so it's not explicitly called ice bombs. I think this is the first one since like Crystal Chronicles explicitly call an elemental bomb just ice bomb or something. Which is funny, like a very specific distinction I'm aware, but nonetheless.
Well, he's dead.
That looks a bit serious. Don't slap the boss.
Do slap the boss.
No, you slap the boss. Pardon me. Oh. Hypothermal combustion, that's an interesting one.
So that,
This stuck us with something.
a stack of 4 results in deep freeze, so you'll be frozen in place for a period. Well, he didn't get enough time to do the room-wide attack again and give us all freeze.
Hell yeah.
Now we're outside of the cave.
Oh.
These gobus, but they're cold. And have snow instead of moss.
They're also falling out of snowballs.
We don't want to stand in the blizzard. So we want to pull back just a tad.
Are you alright in this pile of giant dudes?
I think I'm okay.
There's quite a lot of dudes. Yeah.
Okay. Now we run. A bird.
The sprites, they are upset with me.
Well, not anymore. I attacked them.
No worries, Hammer. He's gonna be keyboardless for a bit.
That's fine.
Ah, an ice giant.
Crimthers.
That sounds Norse to me. Good enough.
Quickly through the frostbite debuff. Just pull through on this one.
I might be crazy, but I don't think I'm getting hit by frostbite.
It's just a debuff while you're in the
Okay.
thing, so it's doing damage over time if you stay in it.
Fair enough.
No problemo.
Yeehaw. Ah, fuck. A Yeti.
A Yeti.
I would have made like a brown version of this be called the Sasquatch and not a gorilla.
But hey, this guy keeps slapping the bosses.
I know, it's rude as hell. Very serious music for this. Though to be fair, the heretics do have a Yeti in their employ.
In my recollection, I believe the mechanic is turning these Spriggans into snowballs.
Oh. They're asked to what end?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you're right, because one of them did turn into a snowball. It's kind of my 4. Whatever that was, he just stopped there, yeah.
I think you hit the snowballs into him, and he will not do that attack.
Okay.
That might have been what the thing was.
That would make sense, yeah. The Frostburn doesn't seem to know what it wants to do, honestly.
It doesn't.
Just containing Dragonfire dive so I don't hit any of the Spriggans or something. He slapped the Yeti again.
We don't have any snowballs.
Oh shit.
So that puts a stack of vulnerability on us.
It's a bit nasty, but not too bad yet. Hopefully we can kill him. There is a fair pile of the Spriggans away, so we can... Worst comes to worst, we can maybe get another ball in case he gets it off before we finish him. There's a snowball. We probably gotta kill him first, to be fair. Yeah, he's dead.
There he goes.
That was nifty.
Oh no.
Fucking Okay, those are tiny ones. I thought they were in like a distance or something.
No, they were right next to you, but they were small.
I have been tricked. Look at the Yeti's cute ass ball tail.
Now here's the a mini gauntlet room.
Ooh.
Because the walls are going to break down and mobs are going to come out of them. As seen right there.
Pardon me. Ah, crocodile.
What's a crocodile doing in this cold location?
It fucks me up that they're here, because like in Final Fantasy 12 they were just around, in like a swamp place. In a field place, there were really many places a crocodile could reasonably be expected to be. These crocodiles don't give a shit.
They don't. They're just in the cold. It did say hybrid crocodile, though. I think was its name.
It was.
So, hey.
Okay,
Snow
yeah.
clap.
Oh, well, shit. No slap for the snowclops.
A poke. No slap, just a poke.
What gives? Dang it.
Watch out. Icicles.
A Dalvavis. And it speaks. These screaming dragon pieces of shit. Uh-oh. Alright, no, you're good.
I'm good. Because I hit hollowed ground. Right at 300 health. Because I'm good at the game.
Finger of the Apostate.
Door to Oblivion.
Oh.
But I don't want to play the Elder Scrolls 4.
We have to find like another 80 of these before we're done here. Oh my god. Ah, it's a wolf.
Bigger wolf.
Ah, Fenrir. In some past games, Fenrir was an earth elemental summon.
No, it's cold this time.
Interesting.
And it's very blue.
There was a giant wolf enemy. It was like an elite mark in 12 that was named out. I don't think it was after Fenrir. It was named after something from Norse mythology. And that thing was a bastard to fight. You know you had it made when you were fighting that thing and not getting to one of the pieces. physicals. Oh shit, they just get up and fly. God damn. Are you sure this isn't the primal, really?
No, it's oh, you got frozen.
So weird. In midair, no
I also
less.
did. I also did.
Frozen. I was like in the air too. Avoid some ice to come up to me. Foolishness. We should be fine. Damn.
A Fenrir card. I already have it, so I got rid of it.
Cast your lot. Oh, they both left because I was still in the cutscene. No command handing out for me. Let us go.
I got both player commendations.
I got the sickle fang I needed. But
You
I'll
did.
leave that where it is for now. Let's keep the story of PS going.
We can. Probably when we finish 2.4, you can just turn that in, because I think the only thing left is get the things, and I'll just buy those for you, and then you'll have the next weapon.
光の戦士よ、ここであなたが来るのを待っていた。
Speaking rather bombastically, all things considered.
私の名はイゼル。あなた方が追う氷の巫女。
See, just from her appearance, I assumed that she was a Shiva in a human form or something.
聞いてほしい。
No, it's just a woman.
我らには
That's just a lady.
なすべきことがある。イシュガルドの民とドラゴン族との果てなき戦い。私はこの戦いを止めなければならない。
In the end, that just makes you more of a bastard than me.
光の戦士よ、あなたはエオルゼアの希望。どうか生還を願いたい。
For
我ら
Heidelberg.
がなすことはエオルゼア。
Don't stop her or anything doing what seems like she's about to do. I guess we do just want to fight the god and be done with it. Ah, that's the Archstone here to Archstone? The Aetherite to Archstone's the other one. Alright, Alvanod. Well, it's good he's come out of the Midos instead. It's time for a chat with Alfie.
Yeah!
I like her winter coat.
She has winter clothes. Alphino does not.
No wonder
He even you remember he even complained. He was like, "It's cold. I hate it."
Yeah. What's this fancy ways of saying she fucked it, doesn't it? Yeah. They really, like, I was mostly joking about it, but no, they really are just dragon fuckers. Specifically fuckers.
Yes, I told you about the tweet. It's like
You did, yes.
church bad, dragons good.
Church
is bad because it doesn't let you fuck dragons.
It is exactly that. Yeah, but the outcome of that war does kind of matter. The sappers. Well, at least he's not sending them in recklessly to their death in the name of killing heretics. He's taking it sensibly.
He's a smart guy.
He is. Luigi's downstairs screaming out the door, so after this cutscene, we'll have to pause a sec. He's the only one with brains.
It's a good thing.
We really are getting into some like Fate Stay Night territory here, where it's like, you know, gods and other beings of legend, and then on to like actual myths that are made completely out of like this whole like fantasy, not even based in like actual history even vaguely. Now we're getting on to the ones based in history even vaguely.
There was a woman named Shiva.
She fucked the dragon.
Yeah.
I do so love the camera angles to show how much I tower over these people. I'll miss them if our props like better to say when I go back to being a cat sooner or later.
But why did you want to go back being a cat? You're having a good time.
I'm having a good time. Just part of me is kind of like, it'd be funny to be a cat again as well. But that won't be anytime soon, because I quite like being a big looming Vieira.
The real duality of Gavin.
I ended up being fond of the little cat. Why be small when you can be tall? True. It is nice to have the advantage. Like right in this shot here. They do keep emphasizing how famous we are at this point, and while I understand that it is feeling like,
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that can't last, surely. It's not just gonna be a constantly escalating, oh fuck you, Lord Jesus. At least it wouldn't be this early into things, so to speak, when there's like 3 expansions ahead of us.
Interesting.
I don't know, it's when they keep mentioning it, it strikes me as like, It was an occasional thing, I'd be like, sure, but he's like, every other time he's been like, the people love you. It's like, you know, like, what are you trying to tell me here, Alpha Node?
Well, they also just call you the Warrior of Light now.
I suppose that's true, actually, which is an earned title.
That way they can voice act referring to you in cutscenes, like how they call like Joker in Persona 5.
Sneaky devils. That's funny. That's a little funny thing. Most seasons are in this unit are from Alda, so they don't know what the fuck snow is. Alright. Who died? Luigi settled down again, so I assume he was just squeaking because my mum was walking about and he was like, let me into the living room. I desire to be on the sofas.
I desire to live in the room.
Although honestly, even when it's open, he'd probably just walk in a bit, sit, and then walk back out. He just hates the door being closed. Wrong one. Did not hold both shoulder buttons.
Backflip.
Alright, we find their prince. Bodes well, bodes well.
Whose footprints are these? What was that noise?
A great scaled beast. It's probably the stupidest thing you guys could have done. Yeah, he's not dead, we're about to save a life. Hello. Him just standing up like that out of his like damaged animation made me think of the little reveal there of like how the toads actually look happy until you get near in Super Mario Sunshine. And people are noticing it now that the higher resolution of Sunshine on the Switch.
Secrets hidden by composite video signals.
Who knows what other wonders we'll find out. Alright, they intend to ram raid the observatorium. Don't waste any time, do these heretics. Suspicious Corthan.
Seems suspicious to me.
Those blue coats. Hello, boys. Oh, hey, look who it is.
It's Ilberd.
And
He's
Yugiri.
here. And Yugiri. She's here too. The gang.
Fant. Oh, it all ties together. Right enough, the Shinobi is basically our own spy network, more or less, now. Counter spies, at least.
Intel.
She still doesn't have a face yet.
Didn't finish the model.
Alright,
Actually,
over.
they
Yep, not good.
they might have finished the model, but they're not going to reveal the face yet.
Right enough, yeah. It's probably actually done now. It's like, ah, well, gotta wait for the story to go.
Gotta wait for a moment in the story where it would be like, "Shah!" It's a big surprise.
Tendrils of intrigue. Here he comes. There we go. Every motherfucker just out for money. I mean, such is all that. Yeah, this whole like post main story arc really is just like, oh, that was such a shithole, isn't it?
It's important.
I didn't know that it's certainly important. I'm just like,
Yeah.
god damn.
I mean, but like, I feel like they had a lot of story they wanted to juice out of it.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff. It is fascinating to see. It is just kind of funny how it's like, god damn, all Daw's a shithole. And it all makes sense, true. He points out there, like, being the place of money, it didn't have a military, it just had mercenaries. What are mercenaries if not people who just take money to do whatever?
Reborn was who made actual military. Otherwise, it was just the brass blades being mercenary police.
We are really getting into... It still is very, like, you know, pressingly relevant shit as well. Oh, I got caught between public and private interests and all the rest of it.
Hey, you think them letting the immortal flames form out of self-preservation is them having armed force to preserve capital? I don't know. Who knows? Makes you really think.
What was this about? Yeah, the immortal flames and brass blades just kind of harassing Halamigan refugees and shit. I do wonder exactly how many crystals you need to summon a primal.
I think that depends on how strong the primal is intended to be.
That would make sense, actually.
Because you're using the crystals for their aether. So you need a certain amount of power for a certain strength of primal.
Developments in Garlemald. I think we're about to get a certain enemy back. Things are hotting up again.
Also, the guy standing next to you is named John Buttlicker.
Bless you, John Buttlicker, and also Vieira and Flair works here. Jeez, they're probably around this same story beat right now, actually.
It's possible.
It is fun to see that there's like a decent amount of people always around, either where I am or my level or whatever.
It's fun when you end up in a train of people going to the quest points.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're doing the exact same thing. It's funny. It's cool.
It's nice to see the game world is alive and thriving. I'm doing a cheeky return, because maps
It's
need
free.
to be done, yeah. Teleporting into people, hugging. Old Granani, actually. You know, it's probably the usual spot near where we all go get to meet in like fucking Senna's place. Little cubby hole, whatever it is. Place of the pond.
Yeah.
Sure enough. Off we go. Oops.
帝国内の次期皇帝争いを発端とする内乱が終結したとの話は聞いている。
New Emperor。
先頃ガレマール帝国皇帝ソルゾス・ガルバスが崩御しました。
No, this doesn't bode well.
何？
It also didn't take that long, all things considered. Which perhaps doesn't speak well as to who's now in charge.
ソル帝が一代で築き上げた国家。
Solus Zos Galvas. Oh, was that the previous emperor?
That was a guy who died of old age recently.
Okay.
Solus Galvas.
共和制だった同国を帝政に転換させ、世界に覇を唱える強国に押し上げたのは彼の軍隊と指導力があればこそ。
だがそのソルテーも弱い80を超え病床に伏していた。
The new boss, same as the old boss.
Fucking even bigger shoulders. This guy's massive. It's like, oh shit.
跡継ぎをめぐる内乱が起きたのもそれゆえと聞いていたが。
We would never be so. This guy's fucking eyes. He's just peak evil, this man. Look at him. Oh, tell me he's just called. Yeah, tell me he's just called Garland.
ソルテーの長男はすでに死去していたな。
He's actually from World of Warcraft and just got isekai and ran with it.
帝位争いを複雑化させていたという。
Yeah, Solus's immediate son perished.
Yeah.
And there was no successor named otherwise, so now came down to the grandson.
ええ、2名の有力候補が台頭し、帝国は内乱状態に突入。結果的にソル帝の孫にあたる大将軍バリス・イエ・ガルバスがこれを制しました。
High Legatus of Varus Yegalvus.
That's Varus.
Oh boy. He looks like a High Legatus is a fitting title, all things considered.
Also, did you see the new Imperial uniform that's not just cloth?
I did. It does look a lot like the Yorha battle armor things you get late into Nier Automata that they all put on. Which I think you mentioned last time. And you're right, actually.
Yep. Again, I do think it shows that they're like the Empire, a little bit of cloth robe with a mask and a hat.
Yeah.
Is because it's a very fastly developed game. They're like, here's actual Empire uniforms.
未だに帝国内は不穏な空気に包まれている様子。しばらくは新皇帝も体制固めに時間を費やすでしょう。
Yeah, you're right. That was like a stark jump from the regular Imperial gets we've seen till now. I guess now the question is, does Varus feel like, hey, continuing this war against the Orza?
新しい指導者を得れば帝国の支配体制は盤石となる。未だこの地に残留する第14軍団。加えて属州となったアラミゴは要塞化が進んでいるという。
とても静観していられる状況ではない。
Well, that doesn't bode well for us. I mean, it might bode well in the sense that if he spoke out against the Meteor Project, he probably doesn't want to fuck things up too hard.
No, he just wants to rule over it. He wants the world authority.
Yeah. But he's still gonna be on our ass.
再び戦の炎に包まれましょう。
If you do meteor, you're just gonna end up ruling over the ashes. I don't want to do that.
各国の
Is
主
his
がが招
argument
いた
essentially.
アウトロー戦区の件も
It's
含
a fair argument.
め我々が揉めている場合ではないのです。三国のみならず山の都イシュガルドを加え真のエオルゼア同盟を実現せねばなりません。そのためにも皆々様にはご協力を願いたいのです。
And roll on for getting Ishgard to play along though. Shit, sorry.
何としてもイシュガルドの門を開け
Cat's being a pest.
エオルゼアを一つにしなければならない。そしてそれができるのは主義や思想にとらわれず自由に行動できる私たちだけだ。そのためにクリスタルブレイブを設立したのだから。
To be honest, Alphanod, my concern is more like, it's more that I'm not sure they matter if we have this insanely better military leader man, and presumably he'll throw even more behind the annexation of Eorzea. Because last time we were fighting but one legion, led by one mad atheist, and they were a fucking handful and a half of like, they got like fucking 5 or 6 castles set up. Dug up ancient weapons, got mad technology going.
Well, they had those castrums up for a while.
Oh, okay.
Just, like, loose kind of pushing forward from Alamigo.
Okay, that makes sense.
Alamigo's still occupied at that choke point between Eorzea and the Empire's territory.
I mean, that last one is true, Alphana. And he agrees, actually.
Diplomacy is useless if the public is not truly united.
Yeah. Getting a bit all too real here, Alphanode. It's good shit. I wasn't expecting the game to go into this amount of good shit this actually relatively quickly. Like, main story is quite enjoyable as it's its own little fantasy thing, and now it's like, it's time for the politicking.
It's time to step back and think about things for a little while until we inevitably build up to the next grand adventure.
Yeah. And the thinking is quite good. Alright. Ivy is a bastard of a plant. We have it growing. At some point, I don't know if my mom deliberately had it at some point herself or just happened to come from some neighbor's garden or something. But some ivy got on the back, like, brick wall at the back of our house. That, you know, marks the end of our garden. Separates the neighborhood from the warehouses and shit out back. And now this the entire wall is ivy. Like, literally, you can't see brick, really. At least within the bounds of the garden. Shit's wild. They just straight up unmasked them. You know, I'm not gonna use it, but I'm gonna take that because that armor looks kind of sick, actually.
There's just good looking armor that you could have also tried it on still from that window. If you wanted to get the better look. But there's armor that you like, it's not statistically good, but I'll just slam that in the dresser.
Yeah.
And make a look out of that.
Ooh. I did notice she was given a bit of prominence in the background of the previous cutscene there. There's Guardian Birth, sure enough. Time to stock. Chasing Ivy. I'm pretty sure that's a reference to something. I feel like it is anyway. Straight up buy Amrita items in Etrian Mystery Dungeon with no material costs from the start. Fuck me. None of them require materials. You cannot, however, buy Ariadne thread. There's always a catch. I suppose that makes more sense in a Mystery Dungeon game, I suppose. I mean, she could also just be in here for a drink. I do always wish I could just jump over stuff.
There's a bit of those limitations in just how the game is made.
Yeah. Seeing this in the game chat. Nid help GC do turn in items.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what it means either.
GC might be Grand Company, DOH might be Disciple of Hand, turn in items.
Huh.
That's as much as I can parse.
So the fun little things of MMOs is just seeing the occasional flashes of stuff like that. It's like, I have no idea what you're on about, guy.
But more power to you.
Yeah. Shinobi don't fuck about. God bless. I can't wear any of these anyway. I wonder what that title stands, or means rather, not stands for. In flagrante delicto.
In the very act of wrongdoing.
Ah.
Especially in an act of sexual misconduct, but I don't think that's the case here. It's just wrongdoing.
God, I hope it's not an act of sexual misconduct. These fucking Ishgardians and their goddamn dragons. Yeah, it does make sense in the context of a Mystery Dungeon game. I don't know if I responded to that or not. I just got welcomed to the chat room again in the OBS thing, so that bodes well. Should call that from some distance, considering there's no exclamation mark. Okay, that's pretty rad, actually. Garland Ironworks getting to work is doing good business.
Sid knows his stuff, so he's our source for cutting-edge technology.
Shit. I don't know if that picked up on the mic, but Luigi just sneezed.
That sounded like a cat sneeze.
It was a cat sneeze. Oh, bless. Why is Street Fighter 5 only just finished installing 9? What the fuck?
I don't know.
I downloaded that from PS Plus like days ago. I guess it didn't completely finish even though it told me it finished. Oh yeah, I probably did that fucking
Where it has a minimum amount of being done, where you can play a version of the game and then being fully finished for real.
I never used that, and I'm still like always thrown by it when it happens. It's like just fucking just download the whole game. Like, don't fuck with me. Like, some people might appreciate it, but I'm just kind of like, I do not want to hit the wall where it's like, ah, fuck off. We're not downloaded this yet. Not Ilberd. Well, he's already told me that she's not here, so fuck. The Bramble Patch. Ninjas go sneaking around, and I'm just gonna ride up on my motorcycle. And just give the game away immediately, you fuckwit.
Yeah. That's not sneaky at all on their part.
Synchronized ninja drop. And someone doesn't have her famous polearm. She probably really just strike her knife before she tries any shit. Yeah.
If she was smart, she would have tried to go for your polearm. But the game can't do that much context.
Yeah.
Per player.
Because there'll be a lot of classes you'd have to consider for things. Unless someone feel distinctly left out.
It's just a bit too specific, but it would have been like, wow, there's a spear right there, and you're holding it. And I'm good at spears. We even made a note of it, like a Chekhov's gun.
Yeah, it really did. It's nice that everyone else will just clean up the individual messy bits of these strands while we fuck off to the next people who are like, oi, we need you to kill shit. I do like that line. Have you considered being a ninja?
You can now that we added it to the game in patch 2.3. Or was it 2.2? It was one of the patches. I think it was 2.2 maybe.
Probably. That was when
you did Leviathan, and then it was like, whoa, Thancred has knives, and Yugiri has knives. Knives can be held in this game? Ninja. Now out for players to have.
I had thought about it and kind of like, yeah, it'd probably be pretty sick. For Knights, Dragoon all the way, baby. Alright. Alright, Menphilia, what's business?
Oh, also in the chat, if you check, the in-game chat actually tells you when the team is streaming.
Huh.
They just did. Duty Commenced is now streaming live on Twitch. Join the community team for the latest trial and alliance raid.
That's nifty. I guess they must be... Hey, it's American server, actually, so yeah, they would be on American time.
Yeah. Well, we certainly caught her in an act of wrongdoing.
I mean, to be fair, for all we know, it was just an act of sexual misconduct.
Could be, I don't know.
Alright, we're gonna give the business. A simple plan. This is going to not end well. Bacon broth. A lot of bacon food going on right now. Ooh. Time to meet a new buddy. Where is Charlene anyway?
How should I break it down?
Oh, is this like a layered thing, is it?
I didn't know exactly how to answer the question, so I just looked it up. It's a nation of scholars in Final Fantasy XIV located on an island to the north of Eorzea. The Circle of Knowing, Sons of Saint Koinek, and students of Baldesion all hail from Charlene.
Ah, okay.
Appropriately, their patron deity is Thaliak the Scholar.
Quite fitting.
But there's more to Charlene than just their island nation.
Mm.
And you'll find out about that in Final Fantasy XIV, Heavensward.
Oh, sick.
You might remember this carriage became a mount not too long ago.
Yeah, it's a 4-player mount, doesn't it?
Yes.
Anta ga Akatsuki no Minfilia kai?
ええ、私です。ようこそレブナンツトールへ。
I must say I do quite respect her.
幼馴染の頼みとあっちゃ断れないさ。
It's a Rogadin woman.
彼女はムーンブリダさん。ウリエンジェさんの友
Moon
人
Brita.
で、エーテライト技術の権威でもあるシャレアの賢人よ。そして何より、
She's a big teleport engineer.
アシエンの魂を捉える檻。
And also soul
シロ
catcher.
製石の共同研究者でもあるの。
よろしくな。
A nod is all you'll ever get out of me.
That's all anyone could hope to get.
There is much to be done. Is she? Yeah, okay, there's a knife in there. I thought she was just juggling all knives, but there is actually a knife in there. Just also a bottle and whatever the hell.
I think there's a ladle is the other one.
Tara's having a time of it.
Or it's like a pipe? I can't tell.
Let's see. I think it's a ladle. I guess the Tara doesn't have enough paperwork to do. Thancred, are you already hitting on the newcomer?
はい、ムーンブリだ。
用意だ。久しぶりじゃないか。
No, he's not. And I'll tell you why.
イダに知り合いがいただなんて意外ね。
どういうこと？私だってパパリモの他にも友達くらいい
When
るよ。
Brita was actually in 1.0.
Oh, was she?
She was.
僕がいつ友達になったんだ。
みんな揃ったわね。では改めて紹介します。彼女はムーンブリダさん。今回シャーレアン本国から足を運んでもらったわ。ムーンブリダさんには白成績の試作品を持ってきてもらったの。本来はシャーレアン本国で研究を続けてもらう予定だったけれど、
White
彼
or
女はエー
sight?
テライト技術の権威、先のシバの件もあり、急ぎ合流してもらったの。
この巻きは未完成だが、残すところは最終調整だけだ。どのみち最後はエオルゼアのエーテルに合わせて仕上げようと思っていたからね。いい機会だったよ。
So this is our soul trapper. Possibly.
Put soul in brick. Destroy brick. Soul gone.
I do respect that they turned Range's just yari yari into a full line there. This is a nice bit of flavor.
Well, that's for the English. Localization is probably the same.
Yeah.
So the reason Thancred was not hitting it is because Rianji and Mumbrita are kind of a thing.
Ah. And he's not so as happy about being a thing as she is. Oh.
なんだよ冷たいな。幼馴染のあんたがエオルゼアに渡ってからは会うことも少なくなって寂しい思いをしてたんだぜ。それが突然お前の全てが欲しいって言ってきたから喜んで飛んできたってのに。
I love the changes on expressions on everyone in the background there. I think that's the most expression he's ever had.
あなたの技術と知識のすべてが必要。そう伝えただけではないですか。ともかく積もる話は後にすべき。今は何より。
Also, since I said something about it recently, I should bring it up. When I said Charlotte and then the people from it, like the Circle of Knowing.
Yeah.
I might have said this, but I might have papered over it before. The Circle of Knowing was actually Louis Sua's group, which was him, Ishtola, Ida Papalimo, Thancred, Ariange, Winbrita, and Rambros from the Crystal Tower story was the Circle of Knowing. But there was also another organization 1.0 called Path of the 12, which was the Circle of Knowing was to try and prevent the calamity.
Yeah.
And the Path of the 12 was to look out for people who had the Echo and stuff, and that was headed up by Minfilia and Tartaru.
Okay.
So, and then they combined into the Scions of the Seventh Dawn in A Realm Reborn.
That's neat.
So that's their backstory for the origins. Even when you first meet Minfilia and join the Scions,
yeah,
it does call back to it, although if you're just playing 2.0 for the first time and you didn't touch 1.0, you don't recognize when she says the Circle of Knowing.
Yeah, right enough, I wouldn't have batted an eye at that.
She does like a throwaway line, like, well, we were the Circle of Knowing, but stuff, I don't know. We kind of, after the Calamity, had to reorganize all our stuff. Now we're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Is basically the line.
イシュガルドの神殿騎士団が今も別のルートを探しているけれど、
現在のところ発見には至っていないの。なるほどね。転送先のエーテライトが破壊されたのか。ミンフィリア、念のために聞くが、転送元と転送先双方のエーテライトは少し前まで機能していたんだな。ええ、測定したエーテルの流れから転移の成功を示していたとの報告を受けています。それにイゼルが転送するのを目撃した証人がここにいるわ。うん、転送痕跡は残っているか。ならやり方はある。本当なの？ああ、転送先のエーテライトを強制的に再起動させりゃいいんだ。
She says it so
そもそも
confidently.
エーテライトっていうのは夜の海原で港の位置を知らせる灯台のようなものさ。その明かりがなければエーテライト間の地脈の本流に流された時、出口を見つけ出せなくなっちまう。
I do like that actual explanation for how the teleportation works.
だから
It's like a
こ
flow
ちらか
between
ら
the two
強制的に
points.
灯台を灯して出口を
Let's try
指
and
し
find
示
the
す。
flow
転送先の
without
地脈の結節点に向けて
the starting
転送痕跡
point,
に
so
沿
we
っ
can
て
get to the
直
ending
接エーテルを流
point
し込む
on
って
our
わけだ。
own. Let's just hope we don't atomize into nothing and return to the live stream by attempting to do this. Kind of like what we were hoping for when we were doing Titan.
Yeah.
It's like, let's hope we don't turn to dust and become particles.
しかしそのためには莫大な量のエーテルを流し、転送先のエーテライトに干渉させる必要があるのでは。
そんな密度のエーテルをどうやって？僕たちが協力すれば相応のエーテルは作り出せるかもしれない。ただ幾人もの術者が放つエーテルを一つにまとめ大きな流れにするとなると至難の技だぞ。
Why did you become an aetherite expert, Papalimo?
転送元のエーテライトが機能していない場合は私一人で何とかなったけど、さすがに今回ばかりは。そこで私が持ってきた白成績を使うのさ。これはアシアの強大なエーテル界を封じ込めるために作った魔器。
A curiosity, has Hammer said anything in chat on your end, or?
Nope, he just said, honestly, it makes sense in the context of an MD game.
Okay, just making sure, because the Twitch chat thing in here is just gone welcome to the chat room twice now. I'm like, please be working still.
こいつにあんたらから放たれたエーテルをすべて
Alright,
吸
there we
収
go.
さ
There's
せ、
a note, so yeah, everything's fine. No
エーテ
worries.
ライト経由で一気に流し込む。
Bope.
Burp. Pardon me.
ただし、この白成績がエーテルを保持していられるのはごく短期間だけだからね。エーテルの封じ込めから放出まで現地でやるしかない。ムーンブリダさんの考えてくれた方法以外に選択肢はないわね。
Seem to be doing this a lot.
さっきの転送からかなり時間が経過しています。転送痕跡が消えてしまう前に行動しましょう。
Your copy of Mario 3D arrived today. Mine isn't showing up till tomorrow. But David showed up today. Postcode lottery, I tell you.
案内してくれ。
Fair. Must keep with the honorable tradition. I guess the question now is, are we building to fight Shiva now, or are we actually going to interrupt it, I wonder? Alright. The snow cloak. Although on the way we're gonna take a brief detour to patch my shit up, because that's actually barely scratched because I haven't been fighting anything. I just felt like it'd been too long since I'd done that.
Spend the 65 gil anyway, just so it's at 100%.
Yeah, I gotta. Speaking of, I'm gonna rip some fucking material out. Quick arm 3, quick arm 2, quick arm 2, savage mode 3. Nice.
Despite the plot importance of materia in Final Fantasy VII, they're just funny little balls of stats in this world.
It is funny how like things that can be incredibly vital in one Final Fantasy can just be like casual elements of another. Just kind of, yeah, whatever, it's a thing. Like for instance, a crystal doesn't actually show up in Final Fantasy IX until very late.
The classic late crystal.
Luigi's downstairs squeaking again. Well, having said that, I just heard him thunder back up the stairs, so cat doesn't know what to do with himself. Hello. Hello. You gonna stay in reach? Yes, he is, for once. I've been using like a back scratcher to reach him when he does the thing where every time I try to reach him he walks away. He does walk away from the back scratcher. And I have misplaced the back scratcher, so that's kind of come to an end.
Yes. Gavin, I never even moved from this spot. I thought so far ahead that I knew you were also going to come back here.
Fucking ahead of the game, this guy. Ahead of the curve. I hadn't like pondered where he had wandered to after the dungeon.
I didn't even move. I was like, he's gonna come back when it's time to come back.
Dungeon ended and you just didn't even stand up. It didn't take that much ether on the whole when you think about it.
Big bunch of aether.
I was going to ask, like, do we have any way of knowing if that worked?
Nope, but it might have. So let's try. If you die, sorry about that.
And if not, kill Shiva. My son. He has walked underneath the chair. I cannot reach him. Ooh. Alright. Sure enough, you haven't even come off AFK. Or you probably did, and now you've gone back on it.
Yeah, I touched the keyboard, like, I clicked into the window once, but it went off. But I'm still here. I never moved. It was even more steps forward than you thought at first.
Yes, I read you the letter aloud. An amphitheater on hard. Oh, that's pretty telling, isn't it? Yeah, confront Shiva. Alright. Time to complete the set. Well, almost. A certain big fucker beginning with B is still waiting in the wings somewhere. Akafa Amphitheater.
Shiva time.
Let us sit. 64 parties currently recruiting all match research conditions. God willing, this won't take too long.
Oh, that's the party finder. That's not
okay.
duty specifically.
Oh shit. That line has always given me hope when I see it. It's actually been a lie the whole time.
It has been. It's people looking for other parties. For specific things. Like I said, Party Finder is the alternative to Duty Finder, where you go and ask players to join for a specific thing you want to do. It's like the classifieds of Final Fantasy XIV. Just the ads of like, party looking for this guy, come on in, we're gonna fight a big goon.
Our DPS piles up.
time for waiting.
There's a capture card. It's not actually on sale here yet, but it's an Avermedia one. It's like something duo. And the whole idea is like it's the one, instead of having two cards, it's just one card that does two inputs. It's just two cards strapped together, basically. It's kind of like something like that would be ideal in these times, because then I could just cheekily slide another input up or something for giggles. Not sure what it would be, granted, but we could do it.
Is that what I think it is? Is that girl's front line slowly scrolling onto the screen?
They said we dropped one of our DPS, but another one's coming. Once again, healers are being the bastards.
Nobody wants to be healers unless they're crazy.
I feel like it's just that. I suppose that's kind of fitting, because Chris just rolls himself into healing. It's kind of like, man, he took to it well enough. It was, even before I was like intending to play myself, I was kind of like, man, that doesn't seem like the best idea.
It's a tough role. You gotta be focused on everyone's stats.
Yeah, because it usually is always a tough role in like any of these things. Fair play to him. He does a good job.
He does.
He has acknowledged the need to, like, he does want to do his Final Fantasy XIV stuff if things keep piling up for him. Splunky 2 happening means he's gone this weekend, so...
Sometimes I wish Chris's schedule was predictable, and I also feel like Chris sometimes wishes his schedule was predictable as well.
Yeah, it would do him quite some good, I think. That's such is the nature of the beast. Oh, sick shit, there we go.
And it's time to go in. Are you ready for a pretty cool duty?
I am, actually. Let's see what it's got.
Leviathan and Big Moogle, they had pretty cool moments in it where it's like, now it means business.
Yeah.
Well, let's fight Shiva.
I do love those fucking statues, like person and dragon entwined around the lamp.
Now she's gonna try and summon Shiva. This seems different though.
Yeah. There we go. I was like half right.
So she isn't someone. She isn't Shiva disguised as a regular lady. A regular lady is summoning herself into Shiva, becoming a primal, and this once again changes our perception of how these even work in the first place.
It does, because now a regular person before our eyes just became a primal. Based off what was more or less basically like a historical, mythological figure.
What truly is these summonings?
I know, right? It's beginning to raise the question if they even are summonings per se. getting amongst it. It's time to go. I suppose. 4, 3. The cycle of violence ends here, I'm sure. Hello, Luigi. Didn't go well. Yes and no. You have to wait till this one ends, I'm afraid. Oh, that doesn't go well, she's ganked 3 of us. Oh, here we go. Oh, both healers are dead, we're fucked.
That's why it's like try and kill yourself right now.
Alright, well.
Stack up for these things so we get destroyed.
Some point, so it's a stack in extreme, not a cleave. Now we just have to wait for him to beat your F1. That's fine. Hard is extreme when you got the sprites.
Also, listen to this music.
It is quite good.
Now she's gonna summon ads. Get out of the hailstorm. Everyone's kind of bundled together. Are you ready for the cool moment?
Yep. Oh boy. Oh, she's about to drop diamond dust on us or something. Ooh. Oh, the arena changed. Look at that. Yeah, it was diamond dust too.
Now listen to the music, because it just got good.
Oh, the guitar's kicked in. Oh, this is sick. That's a lot of lines. Oh, it's got I can't quite hear the lyrics, but they sound right. It's like very. It's very rocker. Is the best way to put it, I think. Except she's got her own anime OP. dying.
We killed her before she even froze the floor. She was about to do it. Did you see that white smoky ground effect?
Yeah.
So, right when that ends, the floor becomes ice, and if you press forward or in any direction at all, you're going to slide in a straight line until it's a certain distance, almost enough worth hitting the end of the arena on its own, but if you're far enough away, it won't. And if you touch the end of the arena when she's in her second phase, you will be frozen in a block of ice until someone breaks you out.
Damn.
So you would slide on the floor and then touch the wall, and then you'd get frozen if you if you moved in any way while the floor was frozen.
That's pretty. That's a rad fight. You're right. Like that mid-fight shift when she does diamond dust and the whole arena changes and everything.
It's like, hey, that was the first time I was like, now that's an impressive phase change.
Yeah.
Leviathan and Moogle, man, it was like, ooh, it's changed, and it did the little do for the Moogle, and those were cool. But Shiva, it's like, all right, we're fighting her. Music drops out. Scatter like dust. Down in the air, and it's like, okay, thank you, very nice, thank you.
Yeah, that's like Kino shit. I love that. When something like this comes up in a video game and then you lose, well, that's usually true. But to be fair, that is like theme more for the boss than for us. I think so. I think that gets a pass for that one. But you're right. Whenever that happens, you lose. It's like, oh.
Also, during the freeze, you can do an emote and pose and freeze in the pose. So I sometimes I like to try and hit.
I saw you play Dead.
I played Dead. I timed it kinda alright. If I time it better, you will see me halfway through falling down, so you'll see me leaning, and I'll be like, lean.
Reminds me in the dungeon we did there when I got frozen in the middle of a jump, so it's just like several feet off the ground, but still just frozen in the air.
Yeah, but since you know she's gonna do it in the phase change, everyone likes to try and time it and be like, ooh, and get frozen in a pose.
I need to get the Manderville shuffle for that one.
イシュガルドの民の誰もがその因果を知らぬまま夢幻のごとき戦いにその身を投じる。
I understand like your reasoning here, Iceheart.
信仰であり
And your logic, and you're right. The questions are like this. But your error here seems to be that my issue is anything more than you were summoning a primal.
You were becoming a primal, which is new.
Which is new and scary and is no less worthy of having, you know, like slaughter. I don't doubt that on some level she's right, because when there's a fucking Orthodox church kicking about, like, you know, blind faith and people being stupid about things is a guarantee.
And she's really just trying to say, hey, the Ishgardians fighting the dragons, this is a bad war. And I would like it to not be occurring anymore.
Frankly, I agree. I just do not agree with the method.
あなたなら感じることができる。この世界の真理を。そしてあなたに考えてほしい。真実とは何か。
Suppose we could go there and see if we get like an echo vision or something. She knows. Yep, she knows. Does that imply she also has the echo? She knows of it.
Perhaps.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Wink. She does.
That's interesting. That raises several questions about things. Now, that's how you do ambiguity about like which side is which and who's right and things. Ah, well, fuck.
Shiva froze us, but it was a cool moment. Haha. That's what my takeaway from it.
This is also a different Git. Different mask, different body, different voice.
That's not La Habrea, that's a different guy, you're right.
Welcome back, Emily. You missed the really rad fight. Like, legitimately really rad fight. And there he remains, still AFK on his perch. Every time. You got a crocodile watching you too. It's becoming an art piece.
I'm aware.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Momberta. We're fighting Shiva, the Ice Primal. There's a really rad moment where she just like froze everyone together, just began putting this giant ice structure, and was just like, oh, I think we still the line here, don't we? Yeah, and just like scatter them like dust in the wind, and then everything just shatters down, crashes, does Shiva's signature move, Diamond Dust, and then the music kicks from like airy, like, you know, choir music into those like pumping guitar, like fucking anime OP lyrics. This is fucking amazing. It was good shit.
Fights only get better.
It really is a thing of like, A Realm Reborn is quite fine, but like even from here it's kind of like, oh man, they really do get to kick it up when they had actual development time. Actually, yes, she was the traitor. So we did get the answer. She really doesn't trust us to see what we saw. Huh? I don't think anyone's told her about the Moogle, have they? He remains perched and unfeeling.
I may move, but you will not notice when I move. I'm mysterious.
The shadowy man.
Also, remember when I sent you that picture? It was like, here's how the quests are length, and here's how they're changed and everything, and I censored the patch names?
Yes.
Because I was like, Gavin probably will have enough context clues to determine maybe one or two things from the names.
Yeah.
This one was named Dreams of Ice 2.4, and I was like, that was the one I was especially like, I should censor all of these. Because Gavin's gonna see that, and he's gonna say, Dreams of Ice, you mean Shiva episode.
I will, I tell you. You're right there.
You mean the one where Shiva will be there.
I suppose that's like the advantage of the more recent ones, like fucking whatever, like Reflections in Crystal or whatever. It's like that could just be
that was the
anything.
Name of Far Cry 3, yes.
Like, that could just be fucking anything in a Final Fantasy game, really. I also know Primals have found a new way to work, and it's getting fucking weird. God damn. He's quite fond of us, isn't he?
He's a good friend!
He's a good friend. He's a buddy. Oh, harsh font. Alright. Let's go assure him that we are not only not dead, but we've added another to the scoreboard. Let's see. Ifrit, Ramu, Shiva, Leviathan, Adamos is out, Titan, Ruda, the new one, well, new one, so to speak. Odin, let's see, yeah, there's also Odin. We know Bahamut's kicking about, he's the Red Series. I do believe that's all the core classic summons down. Which means from here we're gonna start getting into the ancillary ones like fucking Phoenix and shit, I assume.
Things will get interestinger and interestingler.
God help us if we start getting like the Final Fantasy VII's obscure ones. And the day we come in and it's just like, oh hey, your boss fight is not just a party of dudes against like one git, it's a party of dudes against a slightly bigger party of dudes. Welcome to Knights of the Round. A fucking Bahamut Neo, that'll be hell.
Indeed. I guess we'll only know when you get there.
Yeah. So it's like Fenrir was a summon in Final Fantasy IX, and he was just a boss here, which is interesting. Carbuncle is the summoner's pet buddy, so that's also a regular summon, mainly in Final Fantasy IX as well. There's also Maduin or Madin, depending on how it's translated and pronounced.
冒険者殿、万神シバの討滅感謝する。君が英雄と呼ばれる真の理由を思い知ったよ。今回異端者がシバを召喚したことでイシュガルドは初めて直接的に万神の脅威にさらされた。君たちの対応の速さに救われたが、討滅が遅れれば甚大な被害が出ていたことだろう。
万神の脅威という意味では乱神ガルーダの存在はどうだったのです。イクサル族はクルザスにも進出してきているはずだ。
Even if he could, Alphanad, like, or even if he personally would reconsider it, I don't think he has a say in matters.
我ら神殿騎士団やフォルタン家の騎兵団など前線に出る者の間では戦る打つべしとの声は上がったよ。だが反して教皇庁は静観するという基本方針を固めた。グリダニアを敵視しているイクサル族よりも2つの要塞を陥落させコートに迫る状況であるドラゴン族をより大きな脅威と認識したのだろう。
He has a point in that regard. I know it isn't made
そういった意
Mickey.
味では直接の危険が眼前に迫ったことで改めて万神の脅威を知ったのは我々にとっても幸運だった。これまで死闘を繰り広げてきた君たちに失礼な物言いであることは理解している。どうか許してもらいたい。しかし肌で恐怖を感じぬ限り人は考えを変えないもの。イシュガルドにとって万神シバの召喚は万神について考え直す契機となるだろう。
今回の例というわけではないが、今後も定期的にレブナンツトールに支援を続けることができるかもしれんぞ。アイメリク総長から教皇庁に直接掛け合っていただくことになったのでな。
イシュガルドにもゆとりがあるわけではない。 できる範囲で物資の提供を約束しよ
う。Well, that's a step up at least.
それはありがたい。開拓団の皆も喜びましょう。
He doesn't, dude.
先立って依頼した条件
He's a crafty diplomat, this one.
いえ、源流ミドガルズオルムの監視はこのまま引き受けましょう。ドラゴン族が動き、クルザスが戦火に包まれれば、隣接するモードゥナにも影響しかねないのでね。
それはありがたい。感謝する。
しかし引っかかる部分もある。本気で源流が生きていると考えているのですか？
教皇庁内でも意見は割れている。私としても半信半疑だ。先の会談でも述べたように、あくまで万一の備えに過ぎない。
万一の備え。なるほど。そういうことでしたか。源流の生死によらず、レブナンツトールの発展はイシュガルドにとって損にはならない。モードゥナに残留する帝国軍をはじめ、クルザス南方からの脅威の盾に使える。
That's some double twisting shit, that is.
アイメリク様は決して。
私が教皇庁直属の神殿騎士団の総長の座に就いたのはここ最近になってからだ。生まれの身分で人生が左右されるイシュガルドにおいて、大貴族ではない私がこの職に就くことは極めて異例でね。相応の対価を支払うことになった。だがそれもこれもイシュガルドの改革のためと歯を食いしばってきたからこそ。名門貴族と教皇庁の聖職者たちがレブナンツトールを盾にせよと言うなら、私はそれを利用して君たちを支援するまでだ。
それが政治というもの。
イシュガルドは1000年にわたるドラゴン族との戦いと第7霊祭によって疲弊している。私は異端者となる者が急増しているのも民の疲弊が原因の一つだと考えている。これはイシュガルドが抱える根源的な問題であり、扉を閉ざしていては改善は見込めない。イシュガルドを開国し、他都市と協力してこそ霊祭復興、万神、帝国の脅威、そして異端問題に正面から取り組むことができる。
I realize I'm not like saying much on this, but that's because I am just kind of like,
そのためには教皇庁の改革が
Thinking
必要不可欠なのだ。
Yes.
我々の国は長い歴史を持つ。しかし若い世代には改革を望む者もいると君も覚えておいてほしい。
私たちの思いは同じということか。承知した。
Like this nice, juicy, meaty nuance and
お互いに尽力して参りましょう。
you know, like the finer measures and elements of politics and the people involved and agendas and all the rest of it. This is the good shit. This is the Final Fantasy Tactics shit.
この思いに向けて私がここまでやってこれたのは私個人の努力だけではなく、志を共にする多くの同胞がいてくれたからだ。
As I've kind of often said, this is the stuff I have desired from the other mainline games, and all along, here it was.
今後のやりとりには彼女に出てもらうことも多くなるだろう。
Final Fantasy 16.
神殿騎士団コマンドルキアという
It does, like, seeing this is making me go like, you know, it's in better hands than I first realized, I think.
I said it before, the more you go through this, the more you're gonna be like, these people know what they're doing.
貴公らと手を取り合うことで双方の思いを実現できると信じている。
The one MMO is really made for me. It really is.
過去の争いにこだわっていては未来は見えないからな。
That's a line fraught with
ルキアに
meaning.
ついては私の命題と考えてくれていい。レブナンツトール開拓団への支援物資に関しても彼女が動いてくれている。
The last 10 minutes thinking about if I have anything interesting to talk about, but nothing really happened. So then my parents started studying for a bit. Quantum mechanics is all I did. There's mold on some of my clothes I haven't worn in a while. God damn. Yeah, it's good you find that you got out of there, because god damn, if mold is getting on your, like, your clothes, like nah, like, fuck that. Fuck that right off. Like, you have to, like, fumigate the shit out of those.
イシュガルドの生まれではない異邦人だが、だからこそ信用できる存在だ。今後もよろしく頼みたい。
That's an interesting detail.
君たちに渡しておきたいものがある。オルシュファン教。
Recurring theme of those getting into power and all that being from lands other than the one they currently serve, and how that's actually beneficial for them.
は、ここに。
And then you just put that together with the whole old hates refugees plot and exploitation of racism and everything. It's just like,
先にクリスタルブレイブから引き渡しを受けた商人を尋問し、得た情報も加えてある。
The Japanese voice line mentioned the crystal breeze there, so it makes me wonder what its exact context was versus this one. It's probably a similar enough line, but it's the finer details that just catch my notice.
物資の横流しの記録など、異端者とやり取りしていた証拠が一通り揃っている。そちらの調査にも有用だろう。どうか使ってほしい。
これは感謝します、アイメリク卿。
ガレマール帝国は我々の共通の敵だからね。
この先も双方のいい関係が続くよう私も努めていくとしよう。
That was good shit, that.
And that's your introduction to Sir Emmerich.
Alright.
I said earlier, oh, it's time he's gonna meet the guy.
Yeah, and you were right. He's a very interesting guy, that Sir Emmerich. There's a lot of good shit in this whole section of the game. Yep. Yeah, I suppose that is actually a point I didn't consider. If they were that militant against us just because the beast tribes have primals, if anyone can have a primal, well, they're probably not going to have any objections to like a Meteor Project 2 or something.
But we only have the one more moon, and it's just a regular moon, not a machine moon.
I mean, I imagine the entire might of Garlemald probably can make another moon. If nothing else, they could... some kind of Death Star, if you will.
That's no moon. That's a Death Star from Star Trek!
Now that is the real question, because with Iceheart there, she kept the same personality and goals. Like, it was still her underneath, more or less. Or at least, if not that, then her and Shiva were so close together in at least goals and probably fronted the personality there that they might as well have been the same person. The primals can effectively just root themselves in anyone and just override them and use them as a body in alarmingly like the same manner that the Asians can do, more or less. That's a whole other bucket of fish.
Something else of note.
It's the wrong way.
It is. But something else of note is the fact that, since we're talking about it, we've already been over that primal and icon are interchangeable in this world. Icon being the term the Empire primarily uses, though.
Yep.
You might remember from the Final Fantasy 16 trailer that they called them icons.
Yeah, that's they did. It's a term that's been in the series for a bit here and there.
It has, but it's like that's like yeah. I'm calling them the thing I call them kind of sometimes.
I'm calling them the term I like. My personal favorite is Eidolon, but that's because that's the one in Final Fantasy 9. They've been like espers, they've been primals, they've been icons, Eidolons. Sometimes it is just summons. Found a good spot, I must say.
I'm good at sitting in locations.
Looming. No, she's not juggling this time, and Ishtola and Papamio are not watching her. It's funny.
That's one benefit of the headquarters being an instance, is that it changes based on your story flag progression.
That's nifty.
All the characters probably have so much dialogue that nobody has ever read. Just for the specific points in the story.
Like, in the nature of game that this is, it does kind of slip the mind. You can go around talking to the NPCs for that sort of thing.
ちょうどこれから情報を整理しようとしていたところなの。あなたからも状況を伝えてくれると嬉しいわ。
Oh, you're not gonna like this.
ありがとう。ではみんなを呼びましょう。
Primals are once again even more different than we thought.
Shit's getting weirder. And I suppose the more fucked up thing is that once we beat the primal and like, killed it, Iceheart just kind of walked away, just still alive.
人に憑依させるだなんて。完全に未知の現象ね。これまでどんな文献にも、ルイゾア様が残した手記にも、そのようなものは見当たらなかったわ。
ただ状況から察するに、モーグリ族の王様と同様で講義に解釈した万神と呼んでいいように思える。
In manners similar to what we know at the.
憑依型万神、シバか。
Yeah, I guess that's the pertinent point. Then Iceheart was just still herself after summoning Shiva into herself. Which implies that we now have the possibility of mortals who could just become primals, effectively. This is some forbidden ass information we absolutely shouldn't let it get out.
彼女は本当に生身の人なのか、それとも万神を宿すに足る力が作られていたのか。いずれにせよ、氷の巫女が成したる神おろしは未知の手法によるものに違いありません。となれば、いや、
ただあの時に観測したエーテルの流れはウリエンジェがよこしてくれていた資料と酷似していた。つまり手法はどうあれ、あんたらが戦ってきた万神と同じものってことさ。
The method's different, but it is functionally the same thing.
そこに謎を解く手がかりがありそうね。
いいだ、この後グリダニアに向かうぞ。伝承からの権限、全王モグルモグ12世についてもう一度調べてみよう。
It's time to study some primals. I was thinking about it. The fact that she could do this just with pilot crystals and all that does begin to explain how Odin can just keep being the sword. It all comes together, actually. Sneaky devils, sneaky devils.
氷の巫女の残した言葉も気になっているの。聞いて、感じて、考えて。
Of course, there is that tidbit, which means she has heard Hyland speak to her. Or at least someone who knows what Hyland says speak to her. So that is the question. Do the Asians know that that's what Hyland says? If they can even hear her too. There's many questions.
Questions. Peculiar things. Also, here's a entirely unrelated conspiracy by me, Evan. The reason Yoshi P gets to make Final Fantasy 16 is because it's the same Roman numerals, just in a different order.
I did notice that when like writing about it, like talking to David on Discord, is that they're like 14 and 16 after each other. I was kind of like, huh? What do you know?
それだけじゃない。イゼルはあなたと同じ過去を見る能力を持っている。人とドラゴン族の争いの発端だという人が犯した罪。
Yeah, that's actually something I had considered. If she has the echo, she can get the flashbacks. So when she said go to the Keeper of the Lake of Eyes Unclouded, what did she see?
Something. Something that put her on the path she's taking.
その源流ミドガルゾールモが座すのは銀類湖にそびえる木薬の塔。イッシュガルドからの監視依頼と一致するなんて。木薬の塔についてはアルフィノからの連絡もあり、すでに監視体制の準備を進めています。
I don't suppose we are actually gonna go out there and have a look and see what we can see then.
憑依型万神シヴァ、氷の巫女の残した言葉、そして源流ミドガルゾールム。どれも
Conceptually, then, if we consider that they invoked Shiva, a real ass person, and then essentially forged up like an ice primal out of nothing for that, conceptually the dragons could amass crystals to theoretically resurrect Midgardsormr, I suppose. We're getting into the deep shit.
It's deep.
Uh-oh. And I imagine we're gonna have to partially rely on Querthus for those archives about Midgardsormr. Oh good, what is it now? Of course. Why did we allow her to be imprisoned in Alda? Why didn't we imprison her?
We don't have a jail.
A bloodied spear in her hand. Well. Alright, hang on a second. After this we chat here, I'm gonna have to pause and go see what the kitty cat wants. He's meowing up the storm downstairs.
That's what he does.
Alright, give me a few minutes. Be right back. I really need to get my hair cut. Like, basically all of Belfast is back into lockdown, so I think at this point I'm just gonna start cutting it myself or some shit. It's getting like overly long and massive. It's like, I just need to fucking get rid of it. I don't care about style at this point. I just want it fucking gone. Right. I guess I'll leave you where you sit. I'm away to Thanaman. Point of view shot. Right, where are you? There he is. Fuck's sake, Reborn. I dare say she's probably already made it. We are probably going to have to ram raid that castle again. God damn it. Unless we manage to catch her at the gates or something. What do you say? Well, they fought. Oh, I'm gonna have to pop you it. Down the party a moment.
Goodbye.
Where is it? I need a party member or something. Blind. Alright. Duty calls. I do like my big glowing spear in cutscenes. Yeah, and there's one of the new Imperials even.
It's new.
I want her alive. Kill the rest. Target this fucker. I can't. There we go. Go down, you big fuck.
This is an excellent teamwork battle. We're really showing her what for.
Really are. No swipe.
Don't you hate it when you got moist walls? That's what that was on apartment stuff.
I briefly wondered what you're on about there. I have healers. Oh wait, no, that's behind the yellow, is it? Yeah. Oops. Might have fucked this up a bit, I think. Okay, maybe not. That they all just fell to shreds quickly when I got Doom Spiker. It is combat turret? No, they can. Okay, I just got that wrong, I guess. She's about to fall anyway. Eat shit. Okay, now she's just okay, so let's kill everything. She is not dying at the moment, though. Gary's people are handling the shit over there. Music in this is quite good as well, actually. Grand little fight music. They did.
A great victory for the Crystal Braves.
This time, we should hit her. God damn it. Can't trust I'll die for shit.
We done it.
You get owned, Alphanod. She's not wrong. Oh, at the same time, neither is he. There's one thing I haven't talked about. They moved out of my apartment. The guy who caused the water damage came over to measure the moisture in the walls. All the walls are moist. It was well, the water damage made it worse. It's a problem for the apartment in general. It's basically in the basement. There's no insulation on the floor. Fucking hell. So it's just a hell cycle. I'm kind of inclined to believe him as well, because like while part of that does seem an excuse, like I can believe condensation just continually building up and just keeping the entire thing going, and just a general moistness in the place.
I hate when my walls are moist.
Moist. Oh.
話は聞いている。まったく面倒なことをしてくれた。いや、そちらへの影響はなかろう。それよりも問題なのはラウバー。
Having a very loud phone call in the Hall of Government.
これを機に何をしでかすかわからん。同人団に不滅隊を張らせるよう指示しておけ。
Are you saying the police are a force separate from the military, are in fact serving in service to those of the highest capital? Oh dear. I think bad things are really about to happen now.
東アルデナード商会の貿易路を一つ潰せ。それでロロリとはしばらく動けんはずだ。七も陛下か。あの方には最後まで女王でいてもらわねば困るからな。
Menacing man.
So, are we still in 2.4 out of curiosity, or?
This is the last quest of 2.4 you've picked up right here.
Dank.
Yes, Hammer. Hammer, I believe that is the opposite of what the scenario is. It is not dank.
I mean, in a sense, it is dank. It's not the other dank. Yeah, Lalafell have remarkably deep voices despite being tiny potatoes. I suppose so did doors and every other thing else. What's the difference, really? There's the madman, still sitting. God damn. Could not foresee us going, turn the game off mid-dungeon without suspending it, but kind of the loss and you only be able to rescue your team with another team. Mr. Dungeon does tend to be strict with that sort of thing, but good lord. I guess to be fair with the stuff they're letting you do and all, it's kind of like you take the challenge on the chin.
まさかエリヌ・ロアユ大統将が帝国軍の密偵だったなんて。彼女とはラウバーン局長と共に暁結成の際にも共同してもらっていたの。
I feel like that probably should have been the warning sign then. The Guardian agent was very particular about making sure we kill the gods.
あの時の彼女の笑顔が忘れられない。もしかしてダメね。気持ちを入れ替えないと。足援対策についてあなたに報告することがあります。みんなを呼んで情報を共有しましょう。みんな揃ったかしら。ムーンブリダさん、お願いします。
了解。私が持ってきた白成績。これはエーテルと化したアシエンの魂を封じるものだ。
What a general miracle working device, this thing.
この魔器が莫大なエーテルを吸収できることは、
It's very
万神
porous
シバとの戦
for
いに際して
storing
証明された。
big energies. An Asian soul is a big energy. A lot of aether is a big energy.
It's a big soul
エーテルを保持
sponge.
できるのは短期間だけ。アシエンを封じると言っても、一時的に閉じ込めるのが精一杯だ。
白成績の限界に加え、アシエンの未知
So
な
to
る
be fair, we
力
don't
に
know
も
exactly how powerful, at least in terms of raw ether, that
仮に封じ得たとして
Hassian is.
そう。つまり、捕らえた直後に消滅させなくてはならないのさ。
エーテル体となりしアシエンの魂。これを消し去る手法となれば、理論上の答えは一つ。
だけど、アシエンの魂の質量とも言うべきエーテルの総量がわからない限り、その消滅に必要な刃の高度、エーテル密度の予測が立てられない。
唯一の手がかり、それはかつてアシエンと対峙したあなたの事例のみ。
He was able to cast like just ultimate raw.
魔導士プラエトリウムでの戦い。
No, that was the ultimate weapon that cast it. La Habrea just flipped the switch and was like, Gaius was like, no, don't! And then Ultima went off.
Oh wait, no, because I was thinking like, it's when you're still fighting the Ultima weapon, if you don't do it fast enough, he starts slamming Ultima again. But,
Yes.
And then in his own fight, you can't do that, is it?
No, La Habrea didn't cast Ultima, it was
Okay.
the Ultima weapon.
おそらくは星の意志による巨大なエーテルの刃を用いてアシエン・ラハブレアを退けた。そう言っ
So
て
we
いた
have to materialize the magical light blade.
結局
But here in
ア
the
シエン・ラ
world,
ハブレアは
not
闇
in,
のクリスタル
not
を
in
介して
the
狭
a
間に
lot
逃
of,
げたわけ
not
だけれど
Heideland's void.
Seems
少
easy
なくとも
enough.
その時ハイデリンは光の武器をアシエンを倒す力としてあなたに与えていたことになるわ。でもあれはハイデリンの導きにより使えたもの。自らの意志で自由に制御できる性質のものではないはず。超える力と同じようにね。
So we shall have to find some way to do it ourselves.
最低限その時と同じ規模のエーテルの刃を不確定要素なく自らの意志で操れなければアシエンの完全消滅は成し遂げられないということ。
だけど、それを人工的に起こすとなった場合は、途方もないエネルギーが必要となるか。
この白
Primal?
成績を2つ用意して一方に私たちのエーテルを閉じ込めておくってのは。
It still leaves the question of where do we get the ether?
いいだ、言ったろ。この魔器にはエーテルの長時間保存はできない。どうしてもその場でエーテルを作る必要があるのさ。
つまりアシエンを白成績に閉じ込めた時都合よく光の武器を使える
It
のか。
really is.
この点に課題が残る状況ってことだな。
I don't
もっ
suppose
と情報を集めなければね。
just getting buff enough at magic to be able to do it at will is on the table, so
私はしばらくここに残って
some
白成績
trickery.
の調整を行うつもりさ。
Pardon me.
なあ、ウリエンジェは砂の家ってところにいるんだろ。どうせ一緒にやらなきゃいけないんだ。せっかくだしあんたも来なよ。
More water, pardon me.
私は砂の家の執務長。戻るのが筋というもの。 それにあの地は宿命と知識が交差する場所になれば長きにわたり離れるわけにはいきません。
You just admitted you have a pad where it's literally only you. She's going to join you.
なんだよ釣れないな。いいよ。だったらこっちから通ってやる。
あなたが出ている間にバルデシオン委員会の件でシャーレンア本国から連絡があったの。消滅したというバル島があった海域に本国の調査船が赴いたそうよ。でもそこに破壊の痕跡はなかった。最初からバル島など存在しなかったかのように、ただ無だけが残されていた。
So a bit more than an explosion.
これが何を意味するのか。
The island is just straight up gone. It's not a wreck, it's just gone.
Yep. The students of Baldessian, they're gone.
That's a bit more perturbing than it just being blown up.
No explosion. It's not there.
And other ones have also just vanished.
彼らはいずれもバルデシオン院長と共に太古より伝わる次元圧解という現象の研究をしていた。
Oh lord, are we about to like resurrect Final Fantasy VIII? Of all things?
I
didn't play 8.
Its whole plan, like the villain's whole plan is like she's literally going to compress like all time and space into a singular point over which she will rule as an ultimate being of magic.
Alright.
The English translation was a bit iffy, being in my 90s translation. I haven't played Remastered to see if it's tidied up to be any more clear, but it got very confusing, and like something compression will reveal her to be all powerful, and why she needs to compress to do any of this or how the hell she's doing that just kind of doesn't get explained at all. But
neat.
もしかしたらこれが彼らの言う絶対の神と呼ぶ存在の力かもしれない。せめて友人の意識が戻れば話も聞けるのでしょうけど。
I do need to play it remastered because I have that sitting here. If only because as a remastered job, it actually looks pretty good. Hmm.
第7零祭の直後、帝国の将ガイウス率いる帝国第14軍団
Chatting it up.
鮮やかな手際でエオルゼアの要衝を抑えた。その手引きをしたのがエリヌ・ロワイオだったとは。
Ah, there we go. It links up.
今にして思えば北ザナラーンの干渉地を維持できたのも彼女の存在によるものだったのかもしれんな。
All things make sense in time.
彼女が接触を図っていたのはガイウスではなく、さらに
Oh, that's even more concerning.
つまり帝国本国だ。ガレマール帝国の初代皇帝ソルゾス・ガルバスは一度はメテオ計画によりエオルゼアを焦土と化すことを承認した。
No worries, Hammer. Thanks for watching. Thanks for coming, nice. Good night. Sleep well.
それはおそらくエオルゼアで始まった神殺しを北州や東州に拡大させるように万神に汚染された者たちを抹殺
Thanks
す
for
るためだ
watching.
った。
See ya.
しかし例祭を境にして方針が変
So
わった。
through her, they attempted to sabotage the fall of Dalmud
アルテマ
anyway,
ウェポンという切り札
and
を
but
手にした
you
こ
know,
とで
couldn't.
万神を抑えることができると踏んだこともあろう。
That's interesting.
だがその根底にはエオルゼアを植民地支配し富を奪うという旨味があったからに他ならない。
そう考えればガイウスのエオルゼア再進行を認めながら全面衝突を控えるように押しとどめていた。
Suppose that is a point, actually.
理にかなっているか。
エオルゼアの民が堅くなに反発し、仮に万神の召喚を乱発すれば当然ながらエーテルは枯渇して土地は死に命は絶える。そんな死の大地を手にしたところで利得はないからね。
エリヌ・ロアユの情報をもとにガイウスの動きを抑え均衡を保とうとしていたのは誰か。第14軍団に対して命令する権限があったのは病床に付していた初代皇帝を除けばただ一人。
So she was answering to the high Legatus.
全軍団を統括する大将軍。確か当時その座についていたのは今や2代目皇帝となった
Neatly tying it all together.
アリス・ゾス・ガルバス。
Yep. Varys is now be an emperor too. So that's neat.
それにエリヌ・ロアイはエオルゼアの情報を帝国に流していただけでなく帝国からの情報も利用していたようだ。双方の情報をうまく使いエオルゼア側の均衡も保っていた。
The other real enemy is the capitalists.
これで彼女二重長者だったということか。
Fucking wow, Ocelot in here.
ガイウス亡き後も彼女が第14軍団と接触を続けていたのはもともとガイウスが雇っていたわけではなかったというわけさ。
ただしわからなかったことが一つある。イシュガルドの異端者に情報を流した理由だ。異端者が万神絡みであった以上帝国が目指す万神討滅という国是に反することになる。
I mean, that one should be obvious enough. She just ranted about how Ishgardian, like lowborn Ishgardians, have it as actual hell.
この剣にはどこの意志が働いたのか。この先の追求
She
が
could
明らかに
be
しなければならない。
being like someone else's hand, but I feel like that one could actually honestly be personal interest.
やれやれ。腹心を失った上にさらに尋問を繰り返さねばならんと気に入る。だが必要なことだ。黒幕を突き止めない限り第二の写本師が現れるだけだからな。分かっている。彼女に近い者はすでに拘束してある。これから彼女も含め話を聞くことになるだろ
う。局長、彼女の協力者の中には無実の者もいるはず。
厳正な審査の上対応しよう。
それを聞いて安心したよ。エオルゼアのためとはいえ味方を疑う仕事で心がすさんでいたのでね。では失礼する。
我が輩は結局この何年か奴らに踊らされていたということか。エリヌ・ロアユの裏切りには憤りを覚える。確かに彼女の未熟さがそれを招いたのかもし
れん。We're gonna have to do something about this pile of tiny capitalist potatoes.
犠牲者でありながらその境遇を利用して国民のためではなく己の利益のためだけに彼女を使ったことは許されざる行為だ。 聞いておるのだろう、共和派のネズミよ。貴様らの所業は決して許すことはできない。
Question is, can you pull it off before they pull something even more hellish out?
貴様らを排除し、このウルダハを正しき道に導く。
That battle cry. I love you, Reborn.
What a great guy.
今日はこのまま休んでよい。ご苦労だった。
承知いたしました。それでは。
I just realized that's her bed there. But that's like a bit, like a big, you know, double bed or whatever for like a regular sized person, so to speak.
Well, think about royalty having very large beds.
I suppose.
A regular bed for a Lalafell is very big. And very luxurious, probably.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
テレジアデレジ派が台頭している。問題解決に臨む王党派とは裏腹に己の利益を優先するサカツ州ら共和派。その共和派ですら分裂し内紛となっているのが現状じゃ。こんなことでいがみ合っている場合ではないというのに。
ならば一層女王の権限としてサカツ州を解体することはできないのですか。
She's got the right idea.
商人たちの代表を兼ねるサカツ州の法的な解体は彼らに限らず今のウルダ派を作った他の商人らの戦場を逆でることになる。そうなればウルダ派を取り巻く状況はさらに悪化しよう。
Maybe a fire you have to walk through.
市民も難民もウルダ派の民すべてが幸福を求めている。祭りごとを担う者としてそれに応えなければならない以上今は迂闊に敵を増やす時ではないのじゃ。ロロリトにしてみれば現状を見ていない夢物語なのかもしれない。
国の柱たる民と
You know, you think about it, Reborn is kind of more the face of Ul'dah, but at this table is all three leaders of the Eozian Alliance.
Yeah, right enough, actually. I was wondering why I was like split like that, but no, you're right, because she's the actual leader. Reborn just does all the face work.
He's the face and the leader of the military.
Yeah.
And Nanamo's bodyguard, essentially.
And also, like, mind.
Yes, that is also somewhat correct.
それに加え不滅隊の中で長きにわたり密偵を飼っていたという事実。領土を拡大し細部まで目が行き届かない帝国ならまだしも多くの傭兵を受け入れているとはいえ限られた中での不祥事は共和派に増長を許すだけか。
Do well to be careful about provoking that guy in charge of the military, huh?
ガレマール帝国の脅威が迫ろうとしている今、早々にエオル勢を一つにまとめなければならない。
In a sense, Reborn and Nanamo are like a pair that lead together.
Yeah.
It's kind of how they frame it. They tend to do.
One handles the military business, like fucking with the primals. The other one handles all the actual ruling business. I mean, there's an obvious solution, Kanye, so now it's just no one at this table except perhaps Merlu would actually dare propose it. Which is, you know, just start gutting.
共和派の連中も商人たちの自治を大義名分として歌っているが、結局は奴らの思うがままに国を動かしたいだけに過ぎぬ。これは真の共和にあらず。
And very pertinent to modern, like, not even just modern, like, I know this is modern now, but like very pertinent to like the immediate now. These themes.
民のために行わなければならない。つまり解体すべきはサカツ州ではないのだ。
七も陛下、まさか。
そのためにキコーラを呼んだ。わらわが公言することでウルダ派は大きく揺れよう。後の混乱をラウバーンと協力し、平定ウル王朝最後の王として恥を忍んでキコーラに頼みがある。このウルダ派を、ウルダ派の宝をどうか守ってやってほしい。
七も陛下では。
そう。解体すべきは
Sounds like she's doing a bit more than just like dissolving the sultanate and abdicating. Sounds like she's just like going to fucking leg it entirely from society. She just says like protect Reborn and help him, but the thing is that she herself is just gonna fucking go. Which I guess fair enough, but
王のものでも豪商のものでもなく民のものとして生まれ変わる。すまんな、ラウバン。お前の
espresso and filled up the rest of the cup with hot chocolate. It's like hot chocolate, but not as insufferably sweet.
だが今わらわにできることはこれしかないのじゃ。許してくれ。
And there we go, Dreams of Ice.
That's the end of 2.4.
Oh, things are going places.
2.4. Things are complicated and uncertain.
Oh, we got enemies all over the place. We got problems and plot threads all over the place. Dealing with the Asians, dealing with the Vanished Scholars, dealing with Primals, dealing with the Empire, dealing with the capitalists. Ul'dah is a fucking collapsing shithole. Ishgard is beginning to like slightly open, but kinda not really.
Now get your funny spear.
Let's get that fucking spear.
Things are going poorly, but you can get a cool weapon.
I think I'll just chuck you into the party while I'm at it. Where are you? It's Neon Purple Horse.
I know the entire plot up to the most recent update in August.
Yeah, he sits at the end of the game.
Where there's stuff to grind to get cool armors and get big stats.
Alright. A high quality furnace ring and a high quality perfect firewood.
Well, guess what I'm doing?
Ah.
Purchasing those.
Thank you.
I made most of the money back I spent last time anyway.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask actually, did the thing sell in the end, or?
The thing sold, I got like 30,000 back.
Nice.
High quality furnace ring. Perfect firewood.
Well, it's a nifty looking spear, I suppose. But it's not as nifty as this. Pardon me. Oh. He is in the zone or has returned to the zone. Is returning, as the case might be. Hello. The way you stopped like beside me and looking at me, it's like you're like slyly passing illicit things to me. Thank you. Let's see this madness done.
That's a shark.
It is indeed a shark. A hell of a shark. This is meant to be like a, you know, sentimental tale of like, you know, suffering in the world, but really all I'm thinking about is, man, pretty much every Lalafell except like Nanamo and Tatar is a bastard, aren't they? Alright, hurts to be old.
But they probably get better later.
I'm not saying I'm racist against Lalafells, but to think I knew, like, briefly considered playing one just because when I picked Lancer, I was like, okay, pick the tiny class so it'd be like fucking absurd as possible when you just leap thousands of miles into the air and slam back down.
But the cat was too enticing.
The cat was too enticing, and also I'd heard that like various armor sets and shit just can't look a bit shit on Lalafell because they don't scale quite well.
They do look a bit lumpy on the little bumps.
Yeah, so it's kind of
They're just like little bumbus.
This is like, yeah, I gotta play a part of like at least half the game really is like raw aesthetics, and it's all about that fashion.
Yeah, probably if you're gonna try the game out, you're gonna end up seeing the whole dang story.
You don't think he's been paying too much attention.
Ever, probably.
Some attention, but not complete, I don't think. end of each chapter.
At this point, they're just making fun of you for grinding so much. Saying, what if we made you get a million Atma? That would be funny, right?
Gonna need that going. For maybe 2 minutes per hour.
That's a reasonable amount of paying attention.
Where is it again? It's Central Town, isn't it? For the Goblin.
Yes.
Mutamix. Unweak of bladder. Alright. Back we go. Alright. Pop the weapon off. Do I? Oh, I need to equip the weapon. Oh wait, no, that's the Zodiac weapon. That's this one. We want this. No. I guess Zodiac weapon recreation would be now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do need to take it off. Longinus. The book, the chest, the scroll, and the rock. Yeehaw! It's a jumps, some significance on that. I welcome it.
It's good.
was the end of the murder of Roger Ackroyd by Agatha Christie, so soon started playing Pokemon Crystal or Chocobo Tales. I would recommend Crystal first myself, well, not to play Chocobo Tales offhand, but I am fond of Crystal, so it'll be nice to hear it. Kinda wish we got some shots of him just like furiously beating into the fire. Yes.
They're lying right there.
They're just having some significant fun with you at this point, aren't we?
Yep. Dude, it's 100%. You'll get it.
Genius. It is an interesting concept where the old weapon is just turned into materia entirely itself. Not this materia extracted from it, and then you just plug that into the new weapon. Yeehaw! That's wild. They just directly say it was holy blood that gave this weapon divine might. That's wild. I like that. Just a bit of a lift of Jesus. Oh, look at it though, even in this stage. Lethal weapon.
It certainly looks good.
Like, fuck me, look at it.
And then the final stage, it glows again.
I do like that the orbs on it do it. Oh, that's rad. It did a wee spiral thing on furl of it. I'll pick up the start of this next one here. Some booze. That's interesting. Buying used Game Boy games from bigger retailers, they would put new batteries in. I don't think that was the case here. That's pretty rad. Although if it's not like an actual retailer sell themselves, probably not. The Book of Netherdark. Somewhat intriguing that the weapon is perhaps sentient.
Just a little.
Just a little. I do like that notion of the weapon that chooses its own wielder, because the paladin sword is Excalibur, isn't it?
I think so.
That ties in nicely.
Yeah, the final paladin one is Zodiac Zeta.
Excalibur Zeta?
Yeah, the final Zodiac is Excalibur Zeta.
Shenanigans afoot. Rowena, do you know of a man who deals in some kind of file magic? Have need of magic's most file.
She does know. She specializes in having shady connections so she can sell the best weapons on the market. That's her deal. That's her character.
Well. Yeah, this is probably going to end badly. Noise took a wee second to kick in there. Alright, what shenanigans will you have me do now? Can't we just give girl more really good booze? Just well. I'll just come back with more or some shit. Swift perch. I'm going all over the world here. Hello, Luigi. I need to like start poking my cat when he's trying to sleep during the day, because not that it's at night. Well, the times he keeps sleeping, he's all active and all during night. You know, he's a cat, of course. But that means he's all restless and pokey at things at night whenever we're trying to sleep. Or we're trying to wind down or whatever. I should do something. So, actually the setup is I have to like buy one, fill it, buy one, fill it. The final chapter begins.
The last one.
Alright. It has to be one at a time. Yep, just starting. Alright, so let's shuffle back to the house then for the little wind up, a little wrap up. That was another long one. That was a 5-hour thing.
It was. 2.5 and 5.55 we probably will finish together, because the way they do it, it's kind of like a similar length to this one, but they cut it in half and release it at 2 different points.
Ah, okay.
So it's like, here's 0.5, it's usually earlier in the year before an expansion comes out in the summer. And then the 0.55 is like, and here's the ending part, and it's got a bit of a stinger and such. And like, cliffhangers and whatever. I'm also at the house.
So I see. I've wrecked myself. One sec. I need to go down there, back up and around. It's a good thing I can't wreck people's gardens with my motorbike. But, so it's 2.5, 2.55, then 2.6?
Then 3.0.
Okay.
So next time when we do story, we'll probably finish it. And beyond the doorstep of Heavensward.
So next time then brings us to Heavensward?
We won't start it. We'll be. I told you they roll credits a second time.
Yeah, so to the second credits and then we park.
Yep.
Alright. Sick, it all comes together.
And then there's still Hildebrand and his funny antics.
That's right, yes. And
I'm on the roof of the house.
Oh, you're on the roof of the house now. Shit. I thought you were inside. Hildebrand and his funny antics, and then Bahamut and his not so funny antics. It's just been a whole day of sitting for you, hasn't it?
I'm good at it.
It is undeniable. Your sitting is difficult to defeat. It must be said. That was good. I will say, like, a lot of the turns and stuff they're doing with this, especially in this one, in 2.4 here, is actually like, really good shit. It pokes at the brain and makes you go like, themes and things connecting together. Resolutions and tie-ups that lead into more things. It's like, oh, the juice is all here. It doesn't have all the glowing yet, but the 2 red orbs on it do flash on and off while fighting. It's nifty. So. Yeah, it does a little spin, a little spiral, and can spiral into like an actual set of points and then spawn the spiral when I put it away. That's rad. It has a whole shifting animation going on. This thing is pretty sick, and it's not even glowing yet. That's the best part.
It's pretty cool.
Alright. Yep. I dare say that is us. I feel I should release you given it's 1 AM my time, which means it's like fucking X amount of time your time, like 5 hours behind, isn't it? So.
Yep, it's 8 PM.
8 PM. You need to go feed, my man.
I do.
You know, if you ever do want to like go get something to eat in the middle of these, you can. I won't mind. I won't judge. You could even eat it on mic, and I won't give a shit.
That's fine. I usually eat between 7 and 8 PM.
Fair enough. Hello. It's now 15 over 8, so oh dear. Right. Well, thank you for watching. Thanks for coming out. Thank you, Evan, for joining and playing and reveling and sitting.
Yeah.
Might stream tomorrow. It'll probably be the main game thing, so to speak, which is a new one, and then we'll see how it goes. Depends if conditions hold and all the rest of it, which they should, but you never know. And next time on Final Fantasy XIV, we shall see the end of A Realm Reborn again. The other end.
Yes.
the true end.
And then there's Hildebrand, he's funny.
And then we get up to fancy shenanigans of Hildebrand.
And then we also still have to wait for Chris so we can do the raid.
Yep.
Then we good.
And I guess that means I'll have to like occasionally needle him and say, "Oi," instead of streaming the thing you were going to stream. Stream Final Fantasy 14 before I explode. I won't explode.
Don't explode, please.
Alright. Good night, everyone, and keep staring at the sun.